Hello, Ma'am Rodora. Hello po.
Hello po.
By the way, Ma'am, just some reminder, we're already live via Facebook. So we will be starting in
Okay.
7 minutes po.
Need how many minutes?
7 minutes po, 2 p.m. here
Okay,
in
thank you.
Philippine time. Hello, thank you po.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are in the right workshop venue. This is workshop 1 po. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the third Women in STEAM Summit with the theme Transforming Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts or Agriculture, and Mathematics for Lifelong Learning. To our participants on-site participants, this is workshop 1, which is titled Create STEAM Learning with Minecraft Education, Close the STEM Gap by Engaging Girls. We are live via UP NISMED Facebook page and NISMED TV YouTube channel. Hello and good afternoon to our online participants. You may interact with us through the comments section. This workshop will be from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I am Ms. Rina Ong Soto, a science education specialist at UP NISMED. I will be your moderator for this afternoon's workshop. Before we begin, let me give you a few reminders, especially for our on-site participants. Please make sure that you have signed the workshop attendance sheet. Also, during the entire workshop, please observe physical distancing and proper wearing of masks. Okay, nagmamas na tayo. Now, let me introduce to you our distinguished resource speaker for this workshop. Maria Rodora M. Santos is the founder and part owner of Amicus Koi Solutions, a women-owned business registered in USA, Australia, and the Philippines as one of the Microsoft Solutions partner. Prior to Amicus Koi Solutions, she held various project management positions in the following industries: telecommunication, software consulting company, airline industry, and education. She is active in the Filipino-Australian community and various projects of the Filipino-American community. Rodora has 20 plus years experience in all facets of software development, program and project management, solution planning, user training, and operations support. She has successfully been involved in project management of transformation programs in Australia, French Polynesia territories, United States of America, Europe, Middle East, and the Philippines. The Amicus Koi Solutions logo shows the three intertwined fish, following the proverb, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Rodora's advocacy is to bridge the gap between education and learners in technology for lifelong learning. To our dear on-site and online participants, let's all welcome our workshop speaker, Ms. Maria Rodora M. Santos. Hello, Ma'am Rodora. Can you hear
Thank you po.
us?
Ah,
Okay.
yes, I can hear you and I can see all of you. The good thing with technology, ano po, maraming salamat po sa pagpapakilala sa akin and good afternoon, everybody. And for those who are online, I know the good thing with technology is that it allows us to reach out to everybody. Wala na tayo ngayong dahilan na hindi magturuan. Ano po? So maraming pong salamat and I'm sharing my screen. And today I'd like to, of course, thank our organizers for the third Women in STEAM Summit. This is really a good way and a good tool for us. And just like what our presenter has mentioned, I'm currently based here in Australia, but Amicus Koi is, of course, we have representations in United States, Australia, and Manila. And one of my team members is currently there sa inyo, kasama po ninyo. At marami pong salamat sa pagkakataon na ito. And with Microsoft, extension of the Microsoft Education in Philippines, I am and we are a Microsoft Global Training Partner. And so what I will cover for you today is everything about the tools that Microsoft has created with all of you in mind. So for this one, I'll be sharing my screen and I will be sharing my documentations too. I will not or may not be able to cover the entirety of the documentation, but what I'd like to do is I'd like to be able to share it to you so that you will be able to try it later on. So with this, I will have the QR code, of course, and with the documentation. So you should be able to follow through this later on. We would like to make this interactive as much as we can, of course. The good thing with our medium that we are using right now is that I can see you. I may not be able to be next to you, but when I am in Philippines, I hope that we will have the opportunity to meet up. Okay, po? So with this one, we will start now the discussion. And of course, Women in STEAM, and thank you to the organizers and to the sponsors who makes this happen. Kasi po, maraming nagsasabi na, bakit nga ba hindi kasama ang women? Bakit nga ba hindi kasama sa forte ng girls pag tayo nag-aaral? Bakit nga ba? Ano po? So today, I will try to cover that. And if I will not be able to cover everything, please feel free to reach out. We do have an intro to tech for technology that we do as as online class. So if you will be interested in doing that, and of course, most of the tools and all the tools that I'm using are all Microsoft Education, being one of the Microsoft Global Training Partner. So with this, I have my LinkedIn. I can share the documentation. But as you see, my favorite pastime is studying. It relaxes me for my studying. When I study, kaya nga po, it's really a lifelong learning journey for me. And for me, when I learn something, I'd like to be able to share this to others. Kasi what's the point of learning something? What's the point of having skills if I don't know how to use it, di ba po? And I don't know how to share it. Sayang ang ating kaalaman if we are not sharing it to others. So with this time and in the coming days, if you have any questions, please let me know. Just to give you some background about myself, of course, I am a graduate of Centro Escolar University in high school, Malacanang. And when I am looking for somewhere to study, I studied at that time, it was Philippine Normal College. So my background is education. But since I love technology. Well, when I was studying nung araw sa college, Fridays and Saturdays, I also inclined in technology. So at that time, nagsisimula pa lang ako sa programming, sa COBOL, lahat po yata ng klase ng technology that I wanted to learn. I learned it through while I was in college. So my heart belongs in education and of course at the same time in the technology aspect. When we moved to Australia in 1987, and maari po yung iba po sa inyo hindi pa pinapanganak, so you can now calculate my age. So you know what it's like for me in my lifelong journey. So what I did is that I transitioned here in Australia to be part of the technology aspects. I love to deliver or develop something. And the same thing when I was offered a job in United States. This is the East Coast side, New York, New Jersey side. So I continued being the software development project manager, but then that means capturing requirements and also being part of the user acceptance. So for me, that is my journey, and I'd love the education portion. And I like what Microsoft has done, especially when it comes to the education aspects. Microsoft has created a lot of tools with you in mind, with educators, with students, and everybody who wanted to learn. Later on po, you will be able to see that learning, the sky is the limit. And the only person that would stop you from learning, I would say it will be ourselves na. Walang makakaawat sa inyo. And also, I know that learning technology, especially for women, we always say it is very expensive. So later on, I will show you that Microsoft has created a good tool for educators. It was originally created by technologists. But as we progress, and you will hear, and may have heard a lot of Microsoft education ambassadors, Microsoft innovators, and all those things, all these applications are for you. All the applications that you will learn today, please share it to others who did not manage to join us today. Because for us, if we can help the person sitting next to us or those who did not manage to join this event, then we are doing the right thing and we are on the right path. I have slides and I will be skipping over them, not to confuse you and not to disturb you, but I would like to be able to have the opportunity for you to see the actual applications instead of watching my presentation slides that you will be receiving it later on anyway. So my intent for today is to at least capture the lifelong learning. Lifelong learning, palagi natin siyang naririnig. Palaging sinasabi sa eskwelahan, palaging sinasabi ng ating mga university presidents, ng ating mga boss, or any other technology or industry that you belong. Pero at the end of the day, sa atin pa rin ang onus ng pag-aaral. Ano po? So for today, I will capture creating STEAM learning with Minecraft education, close the STEM gap by engaging our girls, and of course, the latest trends in AI literacy. So for all of these things, maybe minsan parang laging binabanggit sa akin ng aking mga technology partners and also yung mga tinetraining namin is that we had the opportunity right now, since COVID, especially when COVID started, we have I would say trained at least 90,000 educators, but we have a lot of educators out there. We also try to reach out to the parents so that at least they know what's happening. And also because the technology in our current generations of students and learners, technology sabi na sila, di ba po? Pero the only person, if we are in the education space, or anybody who's mentoring people or others, I would say that we all have an obligation to include them and teach them the right path. Technology sa mga kabataan mabilis na. Sinasabi nga na based on statistics, Cell phones are being used as a pacifier para lang tumigil ang mga bata sa pagkakagulo sa pagpalagay natin sa mga mall or kahit sa mga party. For them to sit in a corner, you need to give them a cell phone. And you don't really have to teach them. They can figure it out. They will navigate. But what Microsoft has done is that they have brought over all these Microsoft education tools from kindergarten all the way to higher education and even all the way sa atin na hindi naman nung nag-aaral ako, hindi naman kasama sa aming curriculum ang technology, di po ba? So for those educators out there, I know our challenge is if we are teaching the way we were taught 30, 20, or 10 years ago, then we are not preparing our students to what we call the 21st century learning design. And ironically, the 21st century is 21 years old na nga po. But what we have now is that we hear a lot na artificial intelligence will replace it, artificial intelligence will remove my work or something like that. Based on our studies, alam niyo po, the only thing that they cannot find somebody to replace or any artificial intelligence to replace a person are the educators and the mentors. So para po sa atin, we are in the right position kasi hindi naman tayo kinakailangan na nag-aaral lamang ng College of Education to teach and to teach others, di po ba? Lahat po tayo mentor in any given point of time. Lahat po tayo nagtuturo at tumutulong sa mga sinatawag nating mga kabataan. So for me, we will go then. So we will have a Microsoft Learn. So later on, if you have access to the browser, if you have access to your computer, and if you'd like to tag along with me and do this while you're there, so at least paglabas ninyo sa workshop na ito, nakagawa na kayo and you have done your first step towards what we call opportunity to learn, information to learn, and if it is free for us to continue our learning, then so be it. Kasi mas maganda po yan, di po ba? So with us, if you type in your browser or even your cell phone, it doesn't have to be the good thing with technology now is that kung meron po kayong data, and if our organizers, thank you to UP Diliman, if we're allowing you for the access into the site or the Wi-Fi, if that works out, you can just type in sa browser ninyo. And currently, I'm using a Microsoft Edge. It makes it more friendlier for me, apart from, of course, I'm a Microsoft Global Training Partner. Ano po. So with this, what I'll do is I'll be flipping over back and forth to the screen or the PowerPoint slides that I have. And also, I'll be flipping over to my desktop. So if there is some delay, I apologize for that. And if I share to you my entire desktop, I would have to ask for an apology for a messy desktop. Para pong working table natin, ano? And that's a good thing with technology. It allows us to continue helping others for this one. So with this Microsoft Learn, if you type in the browser Microsoft Learn, it will give you an information about all the tools that we will be using for today's workshop. Microsoft Learn, for me, it's the easiest way to learn the product. The services through task-based, it's interactive. It allows you to do free courses. It gives you badges once you've completed all the courses. You may use it as part of your learning curve. Kasi po ngayon, hindi lang sapat para sa atin ang nakagraduate tayo sa ating prestigious university. Hindi na sapat lamang na when we're applying for a job that I would write in my, say, resume na I graduated sa Philippine Normal University or I have completed my Master of Science in Engineering sa George Washington, D.C., George Washington University. Ang tatanungin nila ng mga potential na employers natin is that okay, you have all of this certificate, you have all of these credentials, but how do I know that you know what you're doing? So it's not just enough that I studied all the theories. And now we have incorporated utilizing the Microsoft Learn topics to give you that hands-on experience. Because yun ang kinakatakutan nating lahat eh. At sinasabi din natin, mahal ang mag-aral ng technology. Pero ngayon nga po, we made it sure that Microsoft, when they say walang iwanan, in its truest sense, they wanted to give everybody the opportunity. Hindi lamang yung mga nag-aaral sa eskwelahan, kahit yung mga tao na gustong magpatuloy ng pag-aaral, pero hindi nila for whatever reason sustain yung mga course fees. Of course, there's no replacement if we finish our college in a university, in state universities, in private universities, if we can manage it. But we have good state universities that allows us to continue learning. And then for us to augment it with what is already available to you for free, well, sabi ko nga po, the sky is the limit, and the only person that will stop you from learning is yourself. So hopefully, you would be able to share with me your transcript of record kasi that is your personal and professional information, and you will be able to choose what you'd like to do. You may be at a certain course or you may have graduated to a certain course. But if you are wanting to learn something else, then we are giving you that chance. So later on, please go to your learn.microsoft.com. But what I'll do now is that I'll flip over to what I'm talking about when it comes to the Microsoft Educator Center or also the learnmicrosoft.com. So allow me to just move my device and my screen to the next slides. And I said, pardon the mess of my screen because I will be sharing my entire desktop. Okay, po? Hold on. Let me see if I will be able to transition it right. When we were testing it earlier, there's an inherent delay. So now you can see my entire desktop. So I'll click on the educators and then let me know if I could request the moderator to tell me if you could still see me. Can you see the Educator Center now? Hello po. Parang nakikita naman, ano po, kasi I can hover my file and it seems that you're seeing it. Alam niyo po sa classroom and sometimes, di ba meron pong tignan sa tinititigan at pag nagtatanong ang teacher, ano pa ginagawa natin? We look at our neighbor, we look at outside the window, pero later on po, I will be utilizing what we call student randomizer. And I have the list, I was given the list of those who registered this morning. So hopefully you will be participating and then later on I will be able to see the camera pointing at our attendees. Ano po? So with this Microsoft Educator, so let me just start first. So you will see I'll do it in the private window. And I trust that you're still seeing my screen.
Yes, ma'am. We can see the Educator
If not,
Center.
thank you po. Okay, so when you start, we always recommend for you to create your own profile. Your own profile, you can use your personal email address, your work email address, with whatever is comfortable for you. But what's important is that because this is your personal and professional growth, of course, I would recommend for you to use your personal email address. For right now, I would recommend to utilize the Outlook or the Hotmail if you have it. so that our friendly Google will not block off any productivity tools that you may want to try utilizing the Microsoft Educator Center. But it should not stop you from learning using your Gmail or any other email address that you'd like to use. But you just have to make sure that you have control over that particular account, that you will be able to change your name. Especially, it's important for us to have a proof of skills utilizing the information. So for this one, so this Microsoft Educator Center is the start of everything. You'll find that, of course, our friendly Google search engine is so wonderful. Bing is so wonderful to find all the information that you needed to do. But if you are trying to capture some documentation that you'd like to use for your classroom or for anybody that you're mentoring, uh, at least the documentations that we have in the Microsoft Learn Educator Center, we know that they were vetted, we know that it was reviewed. We know it is provided and updated by educators like you. And it's a global documentation. If you are part of the Microsoft Innovative Educators, then you will have the opportunity to provide your comments, provide your learning. And my challenge, of course, to educators in Philippines is to create a Minecraft lesson using the Philippine heritage, because we have a wealth of information, and I'd love to be able to see your story about the place that you're in, the story about Luzon, the Visayas, and the Mindanao. We have a very rich culture, and that's of course, my challenge to you and my challenge to all educators in Philippines. So for this one, what happens is, because it's a lifelong learning, at the end of the day, you can go to your profile, and all the courses and all the modules that you will learn on your own will give you what we call a transcript of record. It will give you badges of what you have done and what you have completed. And once you have completed that, then at least it will give you what we call a transcript of record. So a transcript is something that you own. It's something that you would be able to share to everybody. So if I click on my transcript settings, it will just say save. It will show all my record and all my information. And then if I click on, so everything that I studied, it will be printed in my transcript of record. It will show me what I have studied. It showed how long it took me to study it. And then I also have an opportunity to have a hands-on training. And I did not have to pay anything to anyone. So for us, it helps us because it attached to your legal name. And if I have my LPT or my license, then at least I would be able to show that this is indeed mine. And it will also show you all the achievements that you have accomplished. You would be able to share it. And then if I click on, say, print, it will give me an information that this is actually completed by myself, and it will show that it was signed by Satya, who is currently the Microsoft CEO. So for us, it's something that you would be able to prove that you've done it, because you will not be able to show somebody else's name. Di ba po? And for us, it's very important for us to be able to include all these details without worrying, saan ko nga ba na-save yung file na yun? So for this one, you'll do the learn, you'll create all the documentation, and you will pick and choose what you'd like to study. And you can showcase your skills nga, kasi at the end of all of this technical documentation that is free for you to use, then at least you know that you would be able to prove others that, hey, I did not just complete my 4-year degree. I've also have my own initiative, and I learned And I have a proof that I've done it. Kasi nga po, you have your what we call learn by doing. It's no longer enough that we know the theories. If we do not know how to work it out, if we don't know how to show it to others, then parang mahirap naman po, ano ho. So I just recently completed my artificial intelligence fundamentals. So I'm happy with the learning that I have. I followed through the modules that we have here, and so far I'm moving along and I'm enjoying it. Kasi nga po, it gives you sometimes the good thing with artificial intelligence, akala natin, I needed to be a coder, I needed to be a developer. Realistically, we needed someone like you to have, because we have an ethical obligation in any artificial intelligence. Any entries that we have in the artificial intelligence was created by a human being. It's been around for so long. Ano nga po? 50 years na nga po siyang pinag-uusapan. And then now, and then those who have written their master's degree research and their doctorates, theses, and everybody, you will be able to resonate because you have your recommendations. We have all these ideas in technology because of all the documentations and all the research and all the recommendations that you have given us. Finally, technology has caught up sa technology at sa education. And so, learn through it without worrying na may mawawala o may masisira. Kasi lahat po siya nandoon. You will enjoy stepping through the process kasi there is a sample that you can follow, and at the same time, you have your own location to utilize it without signing up or purchasing yet another applications or going through another class. But of course, this one is I would say that you needed to do a self-paced course, a self-paced learning. But that's what life learning is all about when it comes to education for us. So that's my challenge to you. And I'll be looking forward hearing from the organizers of this third Women in STEAM Summit and telling me and you're sharing the information that, hey, I've done this, I've completed all my courses. Now I know what Azure or artificial intelligence language is all about. At hindi naman pala po siya nakakatakot. But that's for you, and that's my challenge to everybody in this room and everybody who's listening to this summit. Ano po? Okay, and then later on po, we will have a Q&A. So we'll leave any questions that you have there. So I will be able to proceed to my next topics. Ano po? And I know our moderators will help us tell me that we have to transition to another discussion. So now let me flip over to my other screen. Kamusta po ang panahon dyan sa atin? And I know that,
Hello, ma'am. Last we look, it's sunny here and windy. How's
okay.
it in Australia?
For us, it's at the moment it's really good.
Okay, we're both experiencing great weather today.
Okay, all right. So that's a good thing. We like that, right? Okay, so I'll share my screen again. So it's good. So I hope that you'll see it again. So for us, we've gone through the Microsoft Learn. I'll flip over, of course, quickly to the next slides. And just a reminder, all of your information will be stored in one place. You would be able to log in using your preferred account. And then later, you will be able to share with us your profile. The example that I'll be sharing right now is Charis, which for me is really good because Charis is part of our team. So when we are having some topics that we needed to learn, new topics that we needed to make use of, at least Charis will be able to share with me. Kasi di ba, hindi na naman po parang uso ngayon o para sa akin, ano, hindi na po uso yung micromanaging, di ba po? We respect everybody personally and professionally. And with this one, Charisse will share, Ma'am, here's what I've learned so far. This is what I have um, this is what I've been doing. So that's part of work life is and learning life is always part. At dahil nga po, studying is my relaxation, kinakailangan po silang mahawa lahat. At syempre, kayo rin po. So ipapakita po namin to sa inyo for your own knowledge. This is like a video, ano po, but then I will not be sharing this to you. So we have 1,000 plus courses. And then at the end of all of this, if you choose to become a certified in any of the courses that you've taken, you can become what we call a Microsoft specialist or a Microsoft certified educator. And for me, of course, for educators out there, my challenge is to go through the Microsoft certified educator. It covers the 21st century learning design. I would say that of all of these examinations, certified educator is the most challenging one, but I would say is the most beneficial for us. Kasi it will show you how to really do a collaboration. What does it really mean pag sinabi natin critical thinking? Paano nga po ba yun? It's a big word, ano po? Pero paano natin siya i-apply? And this topic of Microsoft Certified Educator and learning, starting to learn about it without going through the full-blown Microsoft Certified Educator exam, you can learn it yourself just by searching the 21st century learning design. It gives you different rubrics, it gives you different examples of what it is like to really do this. We are supporting Amicus Koi Solutions, are supporting schools who wanting to become a Microsoft Office specialist authorized testing center. And the challenge that I have given one of our school principal, I will not mention the name right now because I did not manage to tell her, is that sabi niya, she was very reluctant because she said, parang mahirap yata ito. Kasi matagal na graduate ako, matagal na rin ako nagtuturo, but I'll take the challenge. And then once she has completed and she becomes certified as MCE, and when she has completed this, she said, I tried the collaboration. I tried the giving my students a real life examples. And I allowed them, kasi sanay tayo na we were given instruction. We're given, okay, we have this assignment. These are the steps that you have to follow. And of course, that's not allowing our students to be creative. It's not allowing our students to be critical. We cannot use the critical thinking. Pero kasi hindi tangible ang tinatawag na critical thinking, di po ba? But she has given them a real life example. Ask them to have groups of 4 and then come up utilizing all the tools that we have in the Microsoft Education, siyempre. Utilizing the tools that you have out there that we've been showing you. And then they came up with a wonderful story. And then her comment is that now I know what collaboration is all about. And she's been doing that. And every time she sees the students, they remember what they've done. Kasi memorization is not sufficient if they don't know how to do it, if they were not given the opportunity to do it, then parang nagbasa lang sila ng libro pero hindi nila naintindihan. Parang the issues that we're all having now. We have a reading coach, of course, but we can read, but we cannot comprehend what we've read. So that's my challenge to everybody. Take the Microsoft Certified Educator, especially to all educators out there. All of us in learning, we always do the learn, the practice, and certify. And all of this examination, Microsoft and Certiport or Pearson VUE has partnered together. And Certiport is internationally accredited certification. And everybody has heard, I may have heard, the Pearson VUE. They are internationally accredited examination. So now you can now prove to everybody that, hey, it's not just I am 4-year degree graduate. I have the skill sets because I have learned through this. You can learn it with the school, with all the professors that you have out there, kasi they will be guiding you. They are the one who knows the content, and they are the only one who knows what DepEd are looking for, what CHED are looking for. So matching it and augmenting it with skills or topics that is readily available to you, why not, di po ba? And of course, we have value of certification. And at the end of the day, the biggest benefits for us, of course, is that you have your school curriculum, you have the industry practice content. Kasi when you're at college or at school, you have all your curriculum, di ba po, laid out for you. But now, when you go out in the field, you know that all our future employers will be looking for something that is already industry recognized certificate. And that is your edge to among others. Okay po? So that's the path of learning, and kaya yung pag-aaral natin walang katapusan, ano po? So, and we are giving you all that opportunity to have it readily available for you. So for this, we'll now go to create STEAM learning with Minecraft. Some of this, it's been around. We have this module, and of course, we have the link to where we stand. And then this particular module, and we will be utilizing Minecraft as a tool. Minecraft helps embed our STEAM elements across disciplines. Microsoft partnered and have purchased the all the application for Minecraft. And when they saw it, they said, "Oh, this is really good because it touches all the pieces of 21st century design, learning design." If you know someone who has played Minecraft, even the young ones, ask them how they build things. Because for Minecraft, you needed to be able to, one, read instruction, follow instruction, and then Minecraft is available from Kinder. And sasabihin natin, but Kinder, they don't know how to read. But they can listen, and they can, because of what we call immersive reading, which is part of the artificial intelligence portion, they can follow instructions by listening. And for them to be able to build something, they needed to be able to listen, follow instructions, and create a design in their mind before they can do anything. And that is the good thing with Minecraft. And it will allow you to analyze ways to implement STEAM through Minecraft education. It will also identify the best practices for you to integrate. We are now supporting the 9 basic subjects. And for us, if you're just starting the Minecraft lesson, there's uh, nothing to stop you from learning everything in the book. I will be showing you how that works out after this talk and telling you about the good thing with this application. For right now, the Minecraft education, if we have team members from DepEd, or if you are teaching in DepEd or part of DepEd, DepEd has already purchased Office 365 or Microsoft 365. I would say for the past 5 years already, and they have the Minecraft in some of their educators. And if you don't have it, you can also register online, and the system will be able to allow you to try it if you're an educator. But if you have a school that have already a Minecraft or Office 365, M365 A3 license, let me know. If you needed some training, will be available. We can do it online, or we can go to you face to face if that makes it easier. So for this one, Minecraft is a versatile tool. It can be used with all ages in every discipline. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo, sabi ng pamangkin ko sa akin, ang Minecraft ko daw is napakabagal. Kasi sila mga kabataan, mabibilis ang kanilang mga setup, may mga settings, ano po. Pero sabi ko sa kanila, leave it alone, that's my style, so leave it alone. So they do naman at nakikinig naman po sila sa akin. But what I'd like in Minecraft is that when they build something, and for those students na hindi nagsasalita, hindi nakikipag-usap, at hindi nakikipag-collaborate, tanungin niyo sa kanila, have you built Minecraft before? And ask them, how did they do it? Kasi hindi naman basta lagay lang ng lagay ng mga blocks and everything. They need to think about it. So sa United States and Australia, we're using it already. I have not had the opportunity to meet up with schools in Philippines, and I hope that when I go home, I'll be able to. But they have integrated Minecraft in the class. So because you can cover it and integrate science concepts of courses, technology, of course, engineering, the art, at sa math. And I know that part of our STEAM right now is agriculture. You will see topics that will cover all of those information, and giving them a problem based on learning, incorporating all of these concepts will actually be beneficial to everybody. And Minecraft will have all of this information. And there are a lot of things that you needed to incorporate in technology, in science, in chemistry, and in math. And other applications are really expensive. So why not utilize the application, especially the education portion, that is more, I would say, price wise, is more achievable. Kasi the good thing with Microsoft Education License is that we only purchase a license one faculty, but it will benefit up to 40 of your students without them buying yet another tool. Kaya parang recommended utilizing talaga ang Microsoft Education, and then of course Microsoft 365 A3 includes Minecraft already. So for all of this information, so now let me share my screen where you will be able to find, and you can take the challenge of learning, of course, and be part of our Minecraft Academy. And then let's see if meron magpapadala sa amin ang transcript at magsasabi na, ayan po, natapos ko na po and I'm already part of the Minecraft Academy for Educators and all. So let me see if it has transitioned. It looks like it has transitioned wonderfully. So from the learning portion, we go back to our, I would say, roots. Ano pa? Punta lang ako sa aking file. And I've already logged in naman. So dito po sa Learn Microsoft, which gives you the Microsoft Educator Center homepage, is that if you scroll down, it will give you product guides where you wanted to concentrate. It gives you opportunity for educator program, and it will give you opportunity to showcase what you've done. And we have already created some, I would say, guidelines or templates for your lesson plans. Ano po? But of course, most of the documentations or guidelines that you will find is that it's written based on American standards. And I know that our curriculum in Philippines, we somewhat follow the Australian or the American educational standards. So, but then you can make, and of course you can change them on the pop. So let me see. So for this one, to get started, you can always go to hands-on experience. So if you click on get started, using the account that you have already created, you should be able to download the application sa inyong desktop para example kayo, ano po, para magamit po ninyo. So, and then, of course, once you've done that, you will have an opportunity to get trained. You can do your self-paced course if you wanted to. And all of the informations are all here already. And of course, lahat po ng mga catalogs, it's something that you can make use of. All of the topics that we have in our Minecraft session includes our what we call lesson plan. Lesson plan to include all the topics that you can use. And what we do is, of course, we have student here then. Pero magsimula muna tayo sa tinatawag natin na the simplest one is, or the starting would always be the Minecraft Teacher Academy. And then with this one, I'll just go to subtext or type topics, and it will give you as well for educators and for parents, kasi parents are part of all the transitions that we're doing. And it's good for them to know papaano nga po ba yun. So all of them naman are all, I would say, guidelines are pretty self-explanatory. It gives you an opportunity kung papaano nyo nga po ba ito gagawin. It gives you an opportunity to do it step by step. I know sometimes it's very difficult to learn on our own, and learning with peer is really wonderful. Ano po? So if I go to lesson plans, you'll see that we already have different lessons for different subject kits. You can cover everything about STEAM and more. It gives you an opportunity, kagaya halimbawa sa science, sa chemistry. How many chemistry lab ang kinakailangang masira para lang ma-prove na pag pinagsama-sama mo yung different chemical topics or chemicals, isasabog ang isang computer laboratory. Ano po? So with the Minecraft, it helps you and guide you to choose what is the right way of putting it together or putting it properly without you worrying na sasabog yung computer laboratory. And if you're trying to teach them different topics, and of course, once you open it up, it gives you guidelines kung paano yung kinakailangan ninyo. It gives you how many lessons is available. And then dahil nga po, isinama na natin halimbawa, yung mga kinakailangan ng standards, ng curriculum, and all those things, you would be able to augment what is required of you sa ating mga portion. And it tells us kung anong skills level na gusto natin ma-train ang ating mga estudyante, kasi we wanted them to collaborate and we wanted them to be creative. And with collaborate of working together and trying to figure things out will be helpful for them. This MS-ETS is an example of one of the American standards in curriculum. So for us, if we look at Philippines, you will see matching curriculum like that. And so it's up to you. We have the resources already. It gives us lessons of what we wanted to do. It gives you what the student activities will take place. And then at the end of the day, it will give them your performance expectations and any external reference that you may need to support that particular topic. So for us, ito na po yung tinatawag nating, and then of course you can print it, you can open your Minecraft, and you would be able to share it to your students or to others within, let's say, department or College of Chemistry. Kasi pwede naman nilang tignan, pwede nilang sabihin na, will this satisfy what we're looking for? You can ask your curriculum head, and this option as well gives you an age limit. But for us, who may be in college or who may be in master's program, if we have not done this before, so parang tayong lahat, we can be a student, a learner at any given point in time. So the age has no bearing, ano po, kasi lahat naman tayo nagsisimula. And then you always take note that Minecraft education, or Microsoft for that matter, will always evolve, always change, always update a lesson plan depending on the curriculum change and also, of course, the feedback coming from educators like you. So ayan po ang ating Minecraft education portion that just please go to the Minecraft lesson, and what I'll do is that I will copy the link sa ating nasaan po ba siya? I'll copy the link sa ating comment side para po gamitin nyo later on, and for those who are online, pwede po ba yung gawin, Sir Renz or Ma'am? Pwede po bang i-share doon sa comment ng ating StreamYard yung
Yes,
ating
ma'am.
mga list? Pwede po. Sige po. And then later on, of course, you can try it yourselves.
Yes, ma'am. Just share the link and we will just pin it so that everyone can view.
Oh, thank you po. Doon ko na lang po lagay sa private po.
Yes, ma'am.
Busy po yung comment, and then later on, just tell me if I have to answer any questions. Or if you'd like us to make it more interactive, I can answer some questions if there's any.
We will also post the link in the Facebook page, ma'am, for
Okay,
the online participants as well.
that will be good. Okay, so I'll move to my slides again.
Okay, ma'am. It's already pinned. The link is viewable to everyone.
Thank you. Looks like that our comment side is quite busy, but our students, our participants sa room, mukhang tahimik, ano?
I think they're all exploring the Microsoft Learn, the courses
Okay,
and ma'am.
everybody, we are all multitasker at any given point in time. Ano po?
Yes, ma'am. If you can see the participants here, they're all busy looking at their laptop screens, and it's all displayed the Microsoft Learn.
That's
And they're
nice. Okay,
exploring.
that's good. Tignan natin kung sino yung unang mag-share ng transcript nila later on. Okay, so for this one, of course, there are techniques for differentiated instruction within your Minecraft learning environment. Ano po? All of this information will always help you in with whatever you wanted to do. And I would say it's a young mindset mind. Ano? Kasi ang mangyayari is that if you have this mindset, and the good thing is that you are in this workshop, ibig sabihin, you wanted to be able to make a difference for yourself, for others who did not manage to join here, and for the next person that will be approaching you for anything in technology. So for this one, let's just do a simple knowledge check. So at simple knowledge check, ang mangyayari is para tayong may quiz, ano po. So sa lahat ng learning natin, at lahat ng teachers, kinakailangan talaga merong assessment. Pagka walang assessment, hindi ako teacher. I did not do my work right. So ito yung gagawin nating knowledge check. For those who wanted to try it on their own, do a QR code and see how you work and how it goes. And it just gives you, it's just a 5 questions. Sabihin ba natin na no right or wrong answer minsan, and it gives you your own assessment for this. So let me just copy this one, and I'll put it in our private chat too. And it's a knowledge check for us to say, where do we belong? How do we fare? What knowledge do we still have to do? And the thought. So for this, I'll just share my screen again. And then anybody who can give me an answer, you can raise your hand and you can tell me kung ano yung sagot. And then the system will give us an answer naman straight away. So sino sa ating mga, and I guess I would need some help from our moderator if somebody's raising their hands to give us an answer. So what does STEAM stands for?
So we have two
Anybody?
microphones. So anyone
Okay.
who'd like to answer? Okay. We have Matt here to answer.
STEAM means science, technology, engineering, art, and math.
Okay, thank you. The next question. What do you think the version of Minecraft those schools need to use?
Who can answer this second question? Ma'am there, wearing red.
The answer is Minecraft education.
Thank you. The third question. Where can you find lesson ideas for using Minecraft education with your students?
Anyone? Just raise your hand. I think we're a bit stumped with this question. Anyway, okay. Si Ma'am uli.
Actually, I had a first idea that it was the first bullet, but I will go with all of the above.
All of the above.
It's quite tricky.
Okay.
Yes.
All
Yeah,
of the
but
above.
you'll find later on that it covers, but we'll see the answer naman. If all things fail, no, we choose all of the above. Okay, number 4, why is Minecraft education a worthwhile tool to use for projects involving art and design?
Anyone? Ma'am? Ma'am is already very vocal with the answer there. Okay, ma'am.
All of the above.
All of the above is the answer, daw po.
And the last one, which are the attributes of problem-based or project-based classroom?
What about that side, the right side of the... Ito si ma'am. I'll go to you, ma'am. Ma'am has an answer.
Increased engagement.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
It's engagement daw po.
Thank you very much. So what happens here is that for us, of course, it's always a challenge, but let us check our answer. So see, everybody's correct. Thank you very much. Congratulations, everyone.
Good
So
job,
when
everyone. We were all paying attention, ma'am.
That's a good sign. And the good thing here is that kasi sanay tayo na parang lahat ng nandito sa ating summit, they wanted to learn. And I saw the list of some of the registered attendees. Ano po. So we wanted to learn and we wanted to take part of it. So now we have all of these topics that is included in this Create STEAM Learning with Minecraft Education as your start point. And as a start point, what it does is that it gives you all of this information, and at the end of the course, it will give you your points. It tells us this will take us 47 minutes. If you just listen to it, that's very quick. Minsan nga hindi lang 47 minutes, kulang pa. Pero if you are going to study it and learn it in your mindset na I will be teaching this to others, then you can slow down. You can understand and see that they're all living with the right standards, and it gives you a step-by-step without you being so worried about it. Hindi lang kasi ngayon sa computer courses, hindi lang kasi ngayon ang ating nag-aaral ng or marunong sa technology are those in the ICT department. Di ba hindi lang? Lahat tayo. And then the experience that we had with COVID, kinakailangan lahat tayo marunong technology. And I know that you can now pat your back and say, yes, I've done it. We now can be part of the history. And I'd like to be able to see your digital storytelling about it. So what this topic will do is that it will give you all the steps for you to be successful. It gives you all the examples, and it will give you all the tools and the resources that you need, and even tutorial and recording, so that you will be able to concentrate on the next level. Kasi syempre, technology was created by somebody for us to make our life easy. We always hear work smarter, not harder. Let's use technology to be able to fulfill that. We've helped our educators to utilize an online quizzes. Pero alam ko, may namang ibang istorya about online quizzes kasi our students are very generous in sharing. Balita, maraming level na para bang valedictorian lahat ng mga estudyante during the COVID situation. Masyadong magaling ang kanilang collaboration. But now that we are face to face, it's good for us that we would be able to teach our students with all these ethical responsibilities as they progress in their journey of life. Ano po? So don't be scared of technology. Make use of it. And then at least you're giving your students an opportunity to have a hands-on. Instead of them, they like technology. They like to game, not necessarily just playing games. But what we find is that with Minecraft, we have, say, 45 minutes. We have a lesson for 15 minutes. We have hands-on for 15 minutes, and then we collaborate for the rest of the day. So they're not just to sit there for 45 minutes, just basically doing that during the class. Hindi po ganun yun. Ang maganda, if you have a topic or a problem for them to solve, if you tell them that you wanted them to be able to implement their ideas using Minecraft, makikita niyo po kung gaano silang kabilis magsusulat ng step-by-step, sequential process, at magdi-design ng kanilang approach at i-apply nila. And then if there is a problem, they will troubleshoot. They will collaborate and discuss things so that they would be able to solve the problem without them being worried that somebody will pick on him. Kasi it's a discussion. Merong problem na mahihit ang isang bata at merong isang problem na na-solve ng isang bata o ng isang group. So that's where you start sharing information. That's where you start building communications. And that's where you start to learn, to teach the students how to really troubleshoot and collaborate. And I would say that it would be part of the 21st century learning design for us. So we have completed one topic, which is congratulations to all of us. So now let us try and look at the portion where we wanted to be able to, I would say, help our girls. It's not just girls, okay? I would say women, all of us, we will be helping each other to be able to provide a plan and a path for girls. Kasi parang, bakit nga ba takot ang ating mga kabataan, lalo na yung babae, when it comes to technology? Parang lagi nilang sinasabi. And you know, if I know then what I know now, especially when it comes to math, I would have probably endeavored to finish and learn everything about math when I was studying. Kasi everything is a sequential step. Everything is a process. And in a step-by-step process, and life is basically math. Ano po? So for us, let's close the STEM gap by engaging girls. I know tinanggal na dito ang salitang ang A, which is arts or / agriculture, because for us, sabi nila, girls based on statistics, inherently we are creative. Inherently we are all artistic. So tinanggal mo na dito. Pero as a girl, we tend to have this notion na hindi natin kaya yung science, technology, engineering, and math. Hindi ko alam nga kung bakit nga ba. Siguro it stems all the way back previously. So for this particular topic, the learning objective is that we will identify the key insights to close the gender gap and we will then select tools that will help us. All of the tools that we have right now at Microsoft and Minecraft will allow us to be able to do that. Kasi iyon ang ating mga kakulangan. The challenge, of course, our community leaders, including educators and parents out there, is to create conditions for STEM learning and contexts for applications to authentically engage. Of course, for us, educators are very invaluable in encouraging kasama natin ang mga estudyante for more than 7 hours a day, lalo na pag nasa eskwelahan sila. At saludo ako sa mga teacher kasi yung estudyante niyo nung kinder hanggang lumaki na sila, kilala niyo po sila. And I experienced this at Lourdes School of Mandaluyong because I was a teacher there before. And every time we have a reunion hosted by alumna of Lourdes School of Mandaluyong, I am so pleased na ang lahat ng mga teachers, kilala nila ang mga estudyante nila by name. And it's a trait na talagang educators lang ang kayang-kayang gumawa. Ano po? Saludo po ako sa inyong lahat. But of course, for us here, so we create this condition. I would say about my story when I was in high school, I was choosing the degree that I wanted to study. At that time, sabi ko, matangkad naman ako. So, maputi naman ako, matangkad naman ako. I wanted to become one of the flight stewardess kasi I was dreaming that I will be traveling. And of course, no disrespect to anybody. Ano po. So, sabi ng dad ko, my father, he said to me, anak, bakit gusto mo maging flight stewardess? Kasi dad, gusto ko mag-travel ako eh. I want to be able to travel. Tapos ang sabi niya sa akin, anak, pagka nag-flight stewardess ka, ang mangyayari pagka may kailangan yung mga tao, ikaw ang kinakailangang sumuporta sa kanila. Makakaya mo ba yon? Maraming mga tao sa eroplano, makakaya mo ba yon? Hindi ka lang makakapagbiyahe. Sabi ko, ganun po ba? So sige po, hindi na ako magpa-flight stewardess, hindi na po yung napag-aralan ko. And then, at that time, sabi ko, sige dad, magka-commerce na lang ako. Sabi niya, anak, pagka-graduate mo ng commerce, sa kapanahunan mo ngayon, lahat nag-aaral ng commerce. Di ba isa lang ang general manager sa bangko? Sabi ko po, ano ibig sabihin isa lang general manager sa bangko? Sabi niya, isa lang ang general manager sa bangko. Ibig sabihin, kinakailangan mag-aral ka ng mabuti, mag-aral ka ng maayos para magkaroon ka ng opportunity maging general manager. Kasi at that time, commerce is very popular. So sabi ko, ganun po ba? Ano po gusto niyo pag-aralan ko? My parents, my mom and my dad, they are both educators. So syempre, ang pinili nila, maging teacher ako, maging educator. And I am pleased kasi nasa dugo ko naman po yun. And then, so what I'm saying here is that parents creates this condition kung what we will be. They never stopped me from learning. They allowed me to keep studying. And so that's where we will, as educators, community leaders, and parents, it is our role and sisters or kahit sino sa atin, learners and mentors, we encourage girls to learn and explore science, technology, engineering, and math. Kasi it's not just because dapat sila katakutan, pero it will be good for them to understand the opportunity that they will also have na hindi nila sasabihin na ito na lang ang pag-aralan ko kasi ito lang ang pwede sa akin. So it's important we emphasize at a young age, kasi makikita nyo dito sa mga studies na nakalabas later on, is that we needed to teach them from a young age. And then it's a high priority, maraming courses, maraming topics, pero takot pa rin. And then hopefully with the tools that we have and the tools that we will be sharing with you, you would be able to see, you don't need to sabihin natin, well, we are far behind. But if we will not start now, lalo tayong mahuhuli, ano po. And then all the girls out there, all the women out there, I will encourage you to take the opportunity, take the chance. And we know fully well that there is a big gap. And we know fully well the importance of your input to all of this STEM-centric industry and topics. Ano po? So we have we if we fail to bring this mindset and perspective, ang mangyayari po is that as we move along in this 2030, we're planning for the 2030 graduates. If everything lines up, in 6 years' time, we will still be talking the same thing kung hindi po tayo magsisimula ngayon. The opportunity is already there. The information are already captured and structured for you. So make use of it. All of these tools, all of the resources are for you to use for free. It's recommended sa mga educators. It's recommended to parents. So it's not just educators who will be doing this for us. Nung binabanggit po sa akin dati na during COVID daw, masyado po daw matataas ang mga grades ng mga bata sa classroom. Matataas po ang mga quizzes at ang mga assignments is matataas ang grade. And ang naging sagot ko po doon is that during that time, students are learning from home. Parents are working at home. All of the, sabihin natin, support that they can get when they're studying, they're all at home. Nasa isa lang siyang location. So, ang mangyayari po, hindi lang ang mga estudyante ang tinuturuan natin, hindi lang ang mga estudyante ang nakikinig sa sinasabi ng educators or mentors. So, ang tendency, magpapacheck ng assignment yung bata kasi may assignment sila. Ngayon, sasabihin ng parents o kung sino man yung sumusupport sa kanila sa pag-aaral, kasi narinig niya yung sinabi ng teacher, sasabihin niya doon sa bata, anak, hindi naman yun yung sinabi ng teacher mo. Ang sinabi ng teacher mo about this. Bakit hindi mo kaya basahin ulit yung chapter na binigay sa'yo? Kaya syempre, dahil doon, parents or whoever is the mentor or the guardian of the child, plus the teacher, working in tandem, siguradong mataas ang grade ng mga bata. So, ganun po ang nangyari. So, all of these tools are available for educators and parents alike and those who mentor young ones or students or anyone else. Kaya tama lang na mataas ang grade. Kasi po yung iba nagtatampo, nagagalit yung mga parents, bakit daw nung nag-face-to-face, bumaba yung grade ng bata. So our request is that continue supporting our learners. Ano po? Face-to-face or hybrid or any online classes. So for us, let's provide a good role model. Girls and young women have a hard time picturing themselves in STEM roles. This summit hosted at UP Diliman, a third Women in STEAM Summit, is a good role model. So share this. Allow our girls and allow all our learners that this is really wonderful. You have started an organization wherein you can meet up all these practitioners, and I would say female. Of course, we can encourage male to support us kasi minsan parang natatakot tayo na if a male is really good in technology, parang pakiwari natin wala na tayong alam, di ba? You know, when I was working at one of the major software development company in United States, I am blessed as a project managers with all my intelligent engineers that I can trust supporting me. Kaya all my projects are all wonderful at lahat ng mga nagawa namin, magkakasama kami as a team. So we provide role models to one another. Allow girls to try math no matter how hard it is, and then try it, and hopefully when they start having some hands-on, then it will allow them to be really fulfill what they needed to do. Let's generate excitement. A summit like this, share it to everybody. It's good that you are part of the Facebook and the YouTube because you have a bigger reach out there at those who can cannot be there face to face, technology allows us to do this. And any small items that we may have accomplished. Pero by default kasi minsan tayong mga kababaihan, medyo reluctant and we don't want to brag about our achievements. Ano po? Pero for us, as a mindset, it's a mindset change and it's a leap of faith, ano? Pero let's start doing that. Let's share what we've accomplished, no matter how small that may be. Kasi 'di ba, lahat tayo nagsisimula sa isang maliit na bagay and then eventually it will be able to prosper. And hands-on experience is all there. We have all the lessons, you have all the classroom tools. It's a low cost. Microsoft Education has already included it and embedded it. Please make use of it. If you need our support, if you need our help, reach out to our organizers and they would be able to share the information to me. That will be really helpful for us. And then, of course, sabi ko nga, ang Minecraft education, it's not all about coding. It's not all about having to know the program. But if you wanted to explore that, I'm not going to stop you from exploring, of course. Encouragement for us is really a key for all of this support. Encouragement from educators and parents makes a big difference when it comes to STEM. And I know that it's not just STEM or STEAM that we have to worry about. It's something that it will make your life easier and it will allow our girls to have a decision to be part of this journey about STEM or STEAM. And all of this information is what we call a encourage your growth mindset. Growth mindset is for our educators to foster among female learners, and it's a willingness to work hard for results sometimes. But once you have started that lesson, I would say that sky's the limit. Okay, and then you will forever continue grow your knowledge of what you needed to do. I have information here, of course, about some statistics, and then let's continue supporting our next generation of female innovators. And then, of course, we have the 5 insights that I shared earlier. It is something that you can continue on. And then, of course, we have proper steps that we provide you with an exposure, with a positive role model. And I've seen the brochures that you have today, and I would say they are your first role models and mentors. You can demonstrate your path. It doesn't really have to be a programming only because there's more to it. It's not just developers doing coding, and there's more to it for us women. There's a lot of potentials that we can make use of and we could use. You can start your own small organization or small peer-to-peer so that when you do your hands-on experience or any real world examples, then at least you know that you have shared this kasi peer-to-peer teaching is important too. And it's powerful when it comes to learning technology. So create a small group of individuals or small group of, that I would say, girls or women who wanted to learn together. Kasi pwede kayo magtanong, di ba? And then we always emphasize on what we call creativity. For women, it's easy kasi creative naman tayo by default. Ano po? But then all the topics that you will have in all the tools that we have, you can create your potential, you can try it, and all your questions are valid. Kasi nagsisimula pa lang kayong mag-aral. Nagsisimula kayong sa technology. At kahit na matagal na kayo sa technology at meron kayong hindi ma-solve na problema, utilizing technology, wala namang maling tanong. Lahat po ng tanong is importante. And alam ko rin naman po na hindi kayo magtatanong para lang magsayang ng oras, di po ba? Kasi kung alam niyo yung tanong, hindi na kung alam niyo yung sagot pala, hindi na kayo magtatanong. But then all your questions are valid. And then for us, we needed to listen to what girls or women say about their challenges and desire. And for us, I would say that that last bullet may be the most important one, because for us, we can only try if we ask this question. And then the more questions that they have, the better. Kasi ibig sabihin, interesado silang mag-aral at interesado silang matuto. And that's important for us. And that's how we encourage them. Hindi na po ngayon uso na pumunta ka sa corner at tumahimik ka, di ba po? Hindi na ngayon, nung kapanahunan ko, pag sinabi ng teachers na, Rodora, you sit there and just read the chapter. Of course, I will sit there and read the chapter. Or pag sa bahay, ganun din, pag sinabi sa akin ng parents ko, maupo ka dyan sa sansulok. Mauupo ko sa sansulok. Kasi yun ang sabi nila eh. Pero ngayon, ang generations ng kabataan, and no disrespect to them, ano po, that is their generation. Pag sinabi ni atin, maupo ka sa sansulok, they needed to be part of the decision kung bakit sila kinakailangan maupo sa sansulok. Kinakailangan alam nila kung bakit sila maupo sa sansulok. And if they are part of it, then they will not question kung papaano ang mangyayari. But if they're not, naku po, hindi sila mauupo sa sansulok. So, ganon po siya. So, that's our challenge. That's the things that we can do to help our girls and women out there. And to prepare for our female innovators, I would love to be able to see all your names publishing something, creating something, utilizing, of course, the STEM. And I know that we have a lot of women out there who are very strong. Utilize them, follow them in LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a very powerful professional tool. Find them, listen to them, and then we would be able to learn from them. Some of them share the mistakes that they have done in the past. Listen and learn. So don't be discouraged, and let's encourage each and every one of us to be able to be ready for our next generation. Okay? And because it's a true essence of a teacher, we will do another knowledge check, and I will request again our moderator for today to help me. Yes, Pa?
We got slightly
Yes?
in the auditorium, so we missed out the last parts of what you were saying, ma'am. Unfortunately, we got disconnected for a few minutes, rather seconds.
In what,
So we
in what,
last part of
in what portion po?
just the last
So,
bullet.
ibig
ma'am.
po bang sabihin? The last bullet. Okay, so sandali lang po. The most important part po? Ma'am, dito po ba
Yes.
nawala?
That's it, ma'am.
Okay, and this is sabi ko, this is the last bullet and maybe the most important one. Ano po?
Yes, ma'am. And then suddenly we got disconnected. The last is the most
Okay.
important.
Okay, all right po. Thank you po, ma'am. So as I was saying earlier, our last the last bullet is listen to what girls/women say about their challenges and desires. Kasi minsan sineset aside natin ang mga sinasabi nila, ang mga challenges nila para sinasabi natin, parang hindi makatotohanan. But we know that some girls and young women thrive in STEM and computer science studies and careers. While others, of course, are very timid, they choose not to continue kasi parang ayaw nila magtanong, ayaw na nilang magsalita. And of course, as we continue asking questions, that's where everything happens. When they ask questions, it's not to waste our time. It's not to waste anybody's time. But all the questions are all valid and we needed to address it. If personally we do not know the answer, then it is our, of course, commitment to find out the right answer. And we must focus on these learners because kaya sila nagtatanong, interesado silang matuto. Kasi kung hindi sila nagtatanong, ibig sabihin ayaw na nilang mag-aral. Ano po? So, yun po ang ating portion. And it looks like that our site is having a problem in connection. Kasi sabi, please connect the wireless screen projector to the laptop. Are you back na po ba?
Yes, ma'am. We can
Okay,
hear
all right.
you.
You can hear, but you cannot see the slides.
We are looking at the slide which says support our next generation, ma'am. So you were not disconnected,
Okay,
po, ma'am.
All right, okay. Yeah, so probably it's another screen that I'm seeing.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am. I think
so,
it's po.
okay, good. So now we'll do the challenge of the knowledge check. Same way we have done, and thank you for your support earlier. And I may request you to do that same support in asking others to give us an answer. So let me just share my screen.
So we have microphones, roving microphones at both ends of the auditorium. If anyone wants to answer.
Okay. Thank you. Our knowledge question, the first one.
I hold on, ma'am. We can't see any screen. Did you share, ma'am?
Opo. Probably it's still painting.
Apo. Probably there's a delay.
Opo,
At-
siguro nga po.
We lost one screen po kasi. So we're waiting
Ah.
for your display po, yung sharing niyo po. So perhaps we have slide. There it is. Oh, okay. Now we can see the questions now, ma'am.
Okay, thank you po.
Apo.
So the first question is, the purpose of this module is to provide actionable steps based on 5 key insights from the Closing the STEM Gap research. Which of the following is key insight?
We have one who has already volunteered po kanina.
Thank you.
Change a growth mindset.
Okay,
Mindset po. Okay.
thank you. Second question, too many middle and high school girls think coding isn't for them. What's one strategy used to shift their thinking?
Anyone would like to answer? Ayun si ma'am. Ako na, ma'am.
Demonstrate how STEM or CS solve problems for people in the world.
Very good. Thank you. Third question. Research shows that connecting female role models in STEM fields helps young female learners see possibilities of STEM and CS careers. Which resource was explored in the module that provides help?
Anyone who would like to answer the third question? Si ma'am uli nag-volunteer. Nasagutan niya si ma'am kanina.
Okay.
Flip live lessons.
Okay. And Flip Live Lessons is more on, it's an online, and it allows the students to be really creative, and it gives them, it's a creativity as well. Number 4, nearly 2/3 of women who work in STEM fields, 64%, and tech, 65%, feel the work they do makes a difference in the world. Girls need to see that STEM careers are.
Okay, ma'am in front is raising her hand.
Number 4 is creative.
Okay. We are by nature creative. 5, girls participating in an after-school STEM club are more likely to say.
Anyone would like to finish off all the questions? Then the last question. Ayun si ma'am. Si ma'am naman sa left po. Kasi, opo.
So the answer is they'll pursue STEM fields later in their education.
Okay, thank you very much for participants. And then let's check our answers. Very good. So we have a very good class. Thanks a lot. Thank you po. So for this, all of these topics that you can try, of course, is that under the Microsoft Learn is close the STEM gap for engaging girls. You can make use of it personally for you. And then after that, please feel free to share it to your students too, so that they will be able to try. And some of the learners, of course, they like self-paced approach. And all of these topics are already here and available to you. So with this, just checking the time, and I'd like to respect, of course, the time allocated to me. So instead of me going to my presentation slides, I'll just go directly to my education portion, because the next topic that I'd like to cover is all about artificial intelligence for education. I'd like to be able to point out to you as well that all Microsoft productivity tools has an embedded artificial intelligence into it already. Microsoft Word, presentation slides, Microsoft, all Microsoft products. So what I'd like to do is that earlier, we always call a randomizer. Di ba nga, sabi nga po sa mga classroom, ito po yung mga pangalan na binigay sa akin kaninang umaga ng mga participants from various schools, and congratulations po for being there. So, ang sinasabi natin palagi sa classroom, pagka ang teacher nagtanong sa mga estudyante, do you have any questions, class? And ang sinabi ng teacher sa mga estudyante, tatayo siya sa classroom, yung mga bata, di ba, magtutunguhan, titingin sa labas, kunyari, titingin yung ka-classmate, o kaya basta titingin siya sa labas. So ngayon, para wag masabi ng estudyante na merong tinititigan at tinitignan ang teacher, we have, using Microsoft Excel, we already have what we call a student randomizer. So I'm using my Microsoft license, education license, and I will be using what we call student randomizer. Nasaan ba siya? Student randomizer. This allows us to really pipiliin ng mga estudyante na hindi naman siya sasabihin, kasi si ma'am naman lagi ako tinatawag lagi naman ako tinitignan ni ma'am So para hindi natin siya palaging masisi na lagi siyang tinitignan, we'll use the student randomizer. The student randomizer that I will choose is, of course, the names, and then later on po, kung gusto ninyong lahat, kasi I'm offering to our organizers that if you wanted us to go deep dive with, say, Minecraft for education, then I'd like to be able to offer that to you. So, sa ngayon, piliin lang natin halimbawa ang student randomizer, and I hope that they are still in the classroom. Ano po? So the first thing we do is that without messing up the entire word, I'll just copy the entire information. And then you'll see that, so this is sample. And we have what we call embedded artificial intelligence in the background. I wanted to be able to, sabihin na natin, merge my column number 1, column C right now, which is the number, the name, and the institutional affiliation. So we
Ma'am?
have
Excuse me, ma'am. Are you presenting Excel right now? Because
hindi po nakikita.
looking at the browser po, yung Educator Center, I think you were not able to switch screens.
Oh, I see. So let me share my entire screen instead. So I'm now sharing my entire screen. And I'm flipping over to Excel. Can you see it, Bob? Yeah, you can see.
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Okay. So what we have here is that sabihin na natin na there's a code, of course. And I'd say I'd like to merge my C1, my C9. And then I'd like to, I will not make it beautiful right now, okay? and then my D9. And then for those who has been using Excel for their research and whatnot for calculations of your report, I would say that you would have used this for a while now. So for me, the system will just copy it over. And then, of course, you can just copy the formula down. And it gives me an information, pero parang hindi naman siya maliwanag. Ano po? So, lagyan ko lang siya ng space in between para mabasa natin na maayos ang pangalan later on. Yan, parang mas maliwanag siyang, hindi ayos-ayos na siyang basahin kahit paano. So then I will copy this to the file that we have. So this is what we call a student randomizer. So if I will just increase a line, I'll do increase a line, and I'll do insert. Cancel my insert. Can you see the Excel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there's an embedded here. So here I'll say third women. Shorten na lang. The system will realize, hey, parang kasama naman siya sa portion na yon. So mukhang parehong format kasi we spend so much time creating formats forever. Ano po? So here we have instructions down below. I'll just move this for now. And then I'll move my select a class. And then what I have is that I have a copy of the list of everybody in the classroom or in this summit. And this is Excel. So if you're using Office 2019, it's already embedded as part of the file. I need to capture values, and it will copy it for me. The instructions will stay until you delete them, but automatically it moves it for you. So when you're trying to create a report, it should be simple. It should be easier for somebody instead of spending so much time doing different portion. So, and then I go to summary table, and then I'll do my topic is third, my class is third table for women, and it will tell me that I have 31 in the class or in the session who has registered this morning. And then for me to utilize them to do a third women. So if I'm wanting all of these women to share the information, and I only have 45 minutes in the class, or let's say we're using Minecraft, and I wanted to be able for them to display what they have created so far. And then for right now, we have a combination, of course, of women and men alike. So this is really good. So for me, what I'll do is that without looking at, kasi sabi nga, iba yung tinitignan sa tinititigan, ano po? So lahat kayo tinititigan ko. Lahat kayo gusto kong kasama sa aking portion. The system will automatically say, okay, these are the 31 students or 31 participants. And what I'd like to do is I'd like them to be able to present to me what they have done without them telling me na lagi na lang ng mga, you always choose this and that person. So ngayon, ang sasabihin ko, okay, I have the system has prioritized. This is the priority. So hindi porkit na unang mag-register si Ma'am Pangilinan, si Teacher Pangilinan o si Miss Alisa, siya yung una kong tatawagin. Kasi ang iba ayaw nila mag-register agad kasi baka sila matawag agad. Ayaw nilang umupo sa row 1 at baka sila tawagin agad. Ano po? So ngayon, using the student randomizer, I am now looking at everybody at hindi lang paborito ko kasi siya Hindi ganon, ano po. O gusto ko lang tumaas ang grade niya kaya siya lagi ang tatawagin ko. So now, I would say, for today, I only have 5 students who can present to me. So now, give me 5 names randomly. So that's the student randomizer utilizing the Excel portion, and also allowing them to do that. So at the back end of it is artificial intelligence. Ano po? So for this, I know that I am running out of time. So what I'd like to do is that utilizing the artificial intelligence in what we call a chat GPT, Copilot. Ano po? So sabihin natin na I will open up my Copilot and I'll stay, lahat kasi tayo, pinag-uusapan natin ng mga Copilot. So if you are using the Copilot without, or your artificial intelligence chat GPT, without using just the free ones, ang mangyayari po is that they will, it's not secure. I'm currently using my own Microsoft, my Microsoft account, my own account, my own tenant. So I would say it's protected. Protected meaning hindi nila makikita ang nisa-search ko, pero tayo po, it's lahat tayo gagamit nito. Ang mga kabataan gagamit. So turuan na lang natin silang maging honest that when they are doing some research and if they needed to use Copilot or ChatGPT or any tool in technology, just teach them that they should give us the reference para malaman natin na justifiable. So with this, what I'll do is that I will ask our Copilot or ChatGPT to please create a graphics saying thank you in different languages using Microsoft Color Palette. Let's see how fast the system will do it. And then, of course, it will, if it is thinking about it, it will do the process for us. And then, of course, the system will say, hey, I'm trying to do this. And it's somewhat polite. The first seasons that we had this before, we had an issue, of course, just like anyone else. But at least now the responses is polite and it tells me, here's what I've created. Can I draw it myself? Definitely I can't. Will I be able to put it together in one place, in one hit, using the languages? So the artificial intelligence, we have entered a lot of information in the background based on all the information out there. So make use of the tool. Don't be scared of technology and utilize it for you to be able to do something else apart from what we do what we do all the time. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time. And I'd like to thank you for this opportunity once again for inviting Microsoft and Amicus Koi Solutions in your third Women in STEAM Summit. And I hope to meet you one day.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Rodora Santos. So at this point, we would like to, I'm not going to go up the stage anymore. At this point, we will accommodate questions from the participants to be answered by Ma'am Rodora. So to facilitate the Q&A, we have roving microphones again. So you don't have to come up here to the microphone to ask your questions. Do we have any question? I think one of the things that I mentioned to one of the participants is that you are very fortunate that you are attending the workshop here in the auditorium, because if you want to review, you rewatch everything over Facebook Live because this is recorded. Diba? The other workshop, unfortunately, we were not able to record them, but you guys here, you can rewatch the session and go over the tools that Ma'am Santos presented to you so that you can use and learn from it. Are there any questions from our participants here? Meron po ba? There were a lot of tools there are a lot of courses that we can take a look at Microsoft Learn, diba? So I think all of us here are looking forward to try learning those courses and get certification po. Thank you for sharing that, ma'am. But I think to start off yung question po, ako po may question, ma'am. One of the things about the online courses, ako ma'am kasi I really like learning about stuff sa mga certification. But I think one of the things that for online learners would always ask is that, free ba yan? Kasi sometimes there are courses you go through it and then suddenly you're asked to pay to get a certification po. So, how is it for the Microsoft Learn courses po?
So for the Microsoft Learn courses, you will have your badges. You don't have to pay anything in the Microsoft Learn. You will only pay the certification if you choose to prove that you are certified by Certiport, which is of course internationally accredited examination. But other than that, you can go as far as you can to be ready to sit for the certification exam.
That's good to hear, ma'am. There are already people here smiling and nodding, thank you. Kasi po usually have to you're asked to pay po, di ba? So free po. But I think if you want to be a certified Microsoft educator, you have to take an exam and that's when you have to pay.
That's
Tama po
correct.
ba? So
Tama
for
po
the
yan.
courses that we saw in Microsoft Learn, enroll, learn, and you get free certification. Tama ba po?
It will make you be ready for the official certification. Kasi po yung official certification is run by Certiport or Pearson VUE.
Yes.
They're offering it now online, which is really good kasi we don't have, halimbawa, if we are from the province, ano po, we do not have to travel all the way sa Manila or to the city itself. Kaya nga po, marami pong mga eskwelahan who's interested in becoming what we call an Microsoft authorized testing centers. Kasi they can do it in their school itself. So pagka-graduate nila, meron na silang credentials that they have graduated in this prestigious university. And at the same time, hey, this is my skills. And I've done this as well. Meron na po kaming micro-credentialing as well. Kasi po lahat po ng mga topics na kinakapture namin sa artificial intelligence or anything to do with skill sets, in Australia and in United States, it's part of the curriculum already, accepted na siya as a micro-credential. And hopefully in Philippines, if someone's from CHED or DepEd, hopefully they will authorize us eventually.
Okay, thank you very much for that information, ma'am. We have a question, ma'am, sa online participants natin. Let me read po. So, in the hinterlands, where access to online technologies, educational apps, and platforms is non-existent, and teaching and learning is still conventional, what key learnings from using Minecraft education may be relevant for teachers, administrators, and parents?
Okay, so for this one, we've addressed the technology aspects of yung issue that we have in the access, ano po. And then of course the access is not happening only in Philippines. I support Australia, America as well, and I know the hinders. And the good thing is that for whatever reason, hindi ko maintindihan sa Philippine setting, ano, my cell phone data is a lot better than my Wi-Fi at home. So when I travel, I tend to use my hotspot. For whatever reason, the data is hands-on. And these particular applications, I know that we're trying to level it down to devices with some data plans in it. And we've also, the technology allows us to check pagka po ba very slow ang device, very slow ang internet access, that it will only display what's necessary. For as far as the Minecraft education is concerned, if we cannot make use of the internet because it relies on internet just only for a short time, just to make sure that you are holding an authorized, kasi you can download sa desktop. You can download sa desktop, at ang mangyayari po is that they will just need a very small window just to your credentials, to validate your credentials. At pagkatapos po nun, that you can continue utilizing Minecraft that is already downloaded sa inyong desktop. And then when the system is up and running again, when the internet goes up, then you can submit, and that's the only time that you can share. But there's nothing to stop students from creating, or teachers for creating a topic, and then he or she can share it to the class. And I'd love to be able for our Ma'am Celia Balbin to please join us in our cohort for Minecraft so that we can try it. And then you can tell us whether that really supports you with what you're trying to accomplish at your division.
Thank you for that, ma'am. So
Mm.
may solution, there's always a workaround in terms of connection problems, right, ma'am? So ayun, sinabi na ni ma'am yung workaround natin for Minecraft. Although it is online, there is a small window wherein you can download. Well, you download it po, and then the student po uses the whatever the teacher has created on offline, and then they could again log in. Pag nag-online siya, I think it's syncing, ma'am, right? Nagsisync
That's
siya.
correct. Sisig siya.
So doon na yung pwede mag-submit ng student po ng kanilang outputs. Ma'am, we will entertain one more question from our on-site participant po, si Sir po.
Good afternoon, ma'am. For my question, can we claim the generated images or outputs via Copilot and other AI websites as our own without violating any copyright or issues?
So when we do a copilot, when we ask a question, the system will generate resources or reference materials kung saan niya kinapture yon. Sinasabi niya doon, I took this from this portion, I got this from this portion. So just like any research materials that we have to do, any reference that we needed to accomplish, we needed to be able to include that. Kasi, and then sasabihin natin, I have used this to generate using Copilot, and this is the outcome. It was your question, it was your idea, but the gathering of information came from a Copilot, which has taken numerous resources. So and then for the copyright, of course, anything to do with education, they have sabi nating lenient, but as long as sinabi natin this is for education and we're not selling it, we're utilizing this for educational purposes only.
Okay, thank you. Was your question answered, sir? Okay na po. So, since we lack time na po, unfortunately, we cannot address any more questions from our on-site and online participant po, ma'am. So, let's move. I'd like to move on to the next part na po. So, again, thank you very much, Ma'am Santos, Ma'am Rodora Santos. Let's give her again a warm, big round of applause. So, thank you. So let's now award the certificate of appreciation to our workshop resource speaker. So may I invite Ms. Charisse Candelaria. Dapat yata ma'am nasa stage tayo. Ms. Charisse P. Candelaria, a representative from Amicus Koi Solutions, to receive the certificate of appreciation on behalf of Ms. Santos. And let me read the citation first. So this certificate of appreciation is given to Maria Rodora M. Santos for sharing her time, knowledge, expertise, and insights as workshop resource speaker during the 3rd Women in STEAM Summit, transforming science, technology, engineering, arts or agriculture, and mathematics for lifelong learning, held on February 13, 2024 in Diliman, Quezon City, Philippines. Signed by Linartes M. Viloria, the National Program Coordinator for the Women in STEAM Program, ILO, Sherilyn C. Monterola, the Director of UP NISMED, and Melvin T. Magsayo, the Executive Director of System Incorporated. Thank you, ma'am. Please. Thank you, Ma'am Santos.
Thank you, po.
So, thank you also, dear participants, for being with us today. Just a few reminders before we end the workshop. Please make sure that you have signed the attendance sheet. To our on-site participants, please answer the program evaluation form for you to receive a certificate of participation. You may claim the printed certificate at the registration area located on the ground floor. A certificate of appearance is also prepared for those who will need it. You can get it from the registration table as well. For our online participants, please answer the evaluation form that will be pinned on the comment section of the UP NISBED Facebook page and YouTube channel for you to receive your own certificate of participation. We will have a quick health break before we start the last part of our summit at 4 o'clock. Unfortunately, during your quick health break, you may take your refreshments. The refreshments are strategically located as you exit the right side door. Okay? So wala po dito yung food. Nandun po sa kabila. Okay? And then we will resume the program at 4 o'clock. Okay? So before we all go, let's take a quick photo op for all the participants of Workshop 1. Perhaps you can stay here na lang po. There might be some of you who would like to stay here on the stage po. So quick lang po. And then right after that, you can go and take your refreshments. So yung iba po pwede dito sa taas po. You can climb over for the stage. Dito po. Sa taas. Pwede po tayo iba sa taas po. Dito po, mga ma'ams, dito po tayo sa taas na banda para lahat po tayo makita po sa photo natin. Very much, dear participants. Again, our refreshments will be right outside the right side door. Okay? And then come back. Pwede na rin daw po sa kabilang door po. Ma'am Rodora, you are still with us, ma'am. Hello po. Thank you very much po for your time. Maraming salamat po sa na-impart niyo po sa aming mga knowledge and insights. We are surely, personally, I would be really going to Microsoft Learn to take those courses po. Thank you for sharing that, ma'am. Very invaluable po ang na-share niyo po. Okay? Maraming salamat po. You may leave the Zoom room na po. Thank you very much again.
Kapag po kailangan sabay-sabay. Low sound check. Mic test. Sound check. 1, 2. Sound check. Sound.
Hello po. We'd like to request the audience, the participants, if you have completed the stumps, kindly drop them in this bowl. So kindly settle down.
Sound check.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, so I hope you attended great workshops, and we will now move on to the next part of our program. We will have the panel discussion on STEAM for lifelong learning. But before we proceed, we would like to acknowledge again our online participants who are joining us through Facebook and YouTube once again. Once again, we invite everyone to subscribe now to the YouTube channel of NISMED TV and to catch our live streams and other videos coming soon. So in advance, thank you so much. So as of 4:32 p.m., we have these additional participants from Davao de Oro and then SDO Quezon City Balingasa High School. Thank you very much for joining us today. And to our on-site participants, please don't forget to answer the evaluation form for the talks and workshops you have attended so far. You may scan the QR code posted around the vicinity of the auditorium to access the form. Now, it is time for our panel discussion with the theme STEAM for lifelong learning. To introduce our panel discussants, may I call on our moderator for this session, the Executive Director of System Incorporated, Mr. Melvin T. Magsayo.
Thank you very much, Doc Helen. Kumusta po? Good afternoon, everyone. Kung pauwi na yung mindset nila, no? It's 4:30 in the afternoon, and we're down to the last part of the summit. So before we start the panel discussion, I would like you to touch your heart, your chest, and feel the beat of your heart. If your heart can speak right now, what would it say? I am financially insured. What would your heart say? Is your heart happy, blessed, blessed, grateful? Ano po? Nagdarabog. Ayan. So, I would like you to do this and this. Okay? Okay. Again, practice po tayo. Touch your chest and then this. So, simple lang po yung step. 1, 2. Okay? So, it's called I am in. Okay? I am in. All together po. 3, 2, 1, go. Walang energy. Nakapag-snack po ba sila? One more time. 3, 2, 1, go. Ayan. So when I say women in STEAM, you will say, I'm in. Okay? Women in STEAM. One more time. Wala pa ngang women in STEAM. One more time. Women in STEAM. I'm in. Thank you so much, po. So I would like to thank Doc Helen. Doc Helen, by the way, is my professor. And so if you want to enroll in the PhD Bio program in Diliman, make sure that you enroll to her class. So you will be inspired more to learn more about STEM education. So it is truly an honor to introduce a very amazing lineup of panel discussants this afternoon. Our first panel discussant is or has been working for education for 15 years, and he is currently a consultant at UNICEF Philippines, helping manage programs that support the alternative learning system and skills development programs for vulnerable young people. He helped manage and coordinate the STEM Up to Step Up program under UNICEF, which focuses on integrating social and emotional learning through STEM education. Our first panel discussant was previously connected with the Australian Embassy in the Philippines, where he oversaw its national education programs, and he has worked with the government and private sector in projects focusing on ICT and education, supporting basic formal and non-formal education. He has also worked on various education projects of the UNESCO Asia Pacific Regional Bureau for Education, as well as in SEMEO Secretariat based in Bangkok. Friends, help me welcome Mr. Avelino Mejia Jr. to please come up on stage. Our second panel discussant is an educator at heart. He started teaching at the Ateneo de Manila in 1980 and entered the Society of Jesus in 1983. He was ordained as a priest in 1993 and took his master's in science and educational administration and specialized in Jesuit secondary school administration at Fordham University. The first assignment that he got was to be a high school principal. Later on, he became a headmaster of the Ateneo Grade School, and in the current capacity, the first basic education director of the Ateneo de Manila in 1998. In 2000, he was appointed Vice President for Planning and Development and Alumni Affairs of the Ateneo de Manila University. He founded Magna Anima Teachers College, a social enterprise focusing on transforming public school education in the Philippines through teacher education, training, and formation. And in 2020, he was the Vice President for Academic Affairs and Formation. Now, he is the head of the Alay Kapwa Community School Schooling, a program that educates, forms, and trains out-of-school youth to become highly engaged, empowered, employable, and excellent AKCS completers. Friends, help me welcome Father Carmelo Tito Kaluwag. Our last and final panel discussant is a woman in STEM. She was a professor of art and communication among engineering, science, multimedia arts, and IT and business students in Mapua University from 2010 to 2020. Her ongoing study of art science has brought her to Harvard University, Case Western Reserve University in 2015, and Silicon Valley tech companies like Google, Intel, and MIPS in 2012 to 2018. In 2017, she authored the Agham Arte program to assist K-12 and higher education institutions to transition to smart schools equipped with the 21st century curriculum and prepared for digital transformation. She is also the founder and creative director of Studio Idinalev on 2017, a digital media studio that focuses on styling things Filipino, science communication, and factual entertainment. Our panel discussant has been in education for 28 years and has taught in San Beda University, University of San Agustin, and SOFA Design Institute. She is currently an adjunct faculty at the Master in Innovation and Business program of the Asian Institute of Management, where she teaches a course she authored called Art Science Thinking. Friends, help me welcome Dr. Maria Socorro Romabiles. Let's welcome them with a heartwarming I'm in Women in STEAM. Thank you so much. So to start as a kickstart of this panel discussion, we're going to this very light, like the conversation, like we're just in the living room talking about what we can do for our community. So as a start, I have here a fishbowl. Each of you will pick a word. So you're going to say something about that word that you will pick for just 30 seconds. You will know that your time is up when you hear this sound. Walang sound. Ayan. Oh, so again, your time is up. Your 30 seconds is up once you hear that sound. Are you ready? Who would like to go first? Parang estudyante lang sa classroom tayo. Who would like to go first? Father, would you like to bless this conversation?
Alam niyo ho, pag buffet, laging una ang
No.
pato. So unahin ko na rin, baka sabihin sa
Yes,
buffet lang.
Father. All right. So say something about that word for 30 seconds.
Double standards. Okay. Ako, applicable na applicable to sa women, di ba? Pagka women, medyo maraming double standards na kick in, no? And I think that's one of the things that we want to show, no? That quality. So,
Ay, maubusin. May 10 seconds sa Father.
okay na yun.
Okay na yun.
Baka may mali pa akong masabi.
Next po. Sir Ave.
The word is lack of role models. Especially in the field of STEAM, I think the mahirap makahanap ng isang tao na tinitingnan natin when it comes to STEAM dahil kulang tayo. Maraming kulang. Or kung nandyan man siya, baka hindi yun yung disposition niya. So, isa ito siguro sa mga hamon na dapat mayroon gumagabay sa atin towards spreading STEAM all over. Yun.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, Dr. Karin?
Okay, so it says, wow, gender bias. Wow. I think that the country's strength is that we love our women, we love our moms, right? We love our sisters. We might think that's ideal, but I think this is very true of the Philippines. Now, many times in my days at Cal or even Philippine studies here in the Asian Center, I don't know, they did say that this is a matriarchal society, the one that we have. So I think we're lucky to have empowered women here in the country.
Thank you so much. Well, let's give another round of applause, please. That was only just the kickstart of this panel discussion. Now we're down to the first question. Parang pinakapakawan yung ating guest. But no, just I would like you to be this very light and just share your experiences and some of your insights, because most of our participants here are parents, teachers, and students, and they're actually very excited to learn more about how young girls and women can participate and take their space so they have the capacity to share what they know to the world. And so data would show that females only account 42% of professional and technical workers. So maybe very briefly, can you share with us your current programs aligned with lifelong learning that somehow increase access to education and opportunities? Father? Yes. Yes, Father.
Yung program ko ho is alternative learning system for out of school youth and young adults. So we decided to focus on age 22, 24 hanggang early 30s, no. Tsaka yung program to maximize our resources, 2 years. And in 2 years, we want to get them jobs, no. And then during their 2 years with us, we want to make sure we develop also meron kaming strong character formation program, no. And part of the character formation is continuing lifelong learning. Kasi ang aming end goal is to give them STEM skills. Kasi alam naman ho natin na by 2030, majority of the jobs will be STEM-based, no? And maganda, I don't have, you should read the article of Randy David, February 6, I think, Inquirer Online. And kinukwento nga niya, ang ganda nung kanyang plat, no? Sabi niya ganon, medyo mahirap ayusin ang baka, let me erase that, ano baka naman tayo, live stream tayo na baka mapahamak ako nito eh. Sabi niya na we need to augment, we need to augment the formal institutions. Kasi ganun kalaki yung problema. And one of the things na binanggit niya is to succeed in educating the bottom members of our society, you need more than just a school. And then yung family support and community support, which is what we are encountering and what we are able to provide in that yung Alay Kappa community schooling, no? Kasi ano kami, on ground kami. That's one of the strengths of our network. We have on-ground presence. So pag na-absent, meron na kaagad mag-check anong nangyari, no? So that's what we're doing, and we think we want to cater to that part of the population. We have 20 million Filipinos as of 2019 na hindi nakatapos ng basic ed. Itong nakaraang school year, 2 to 3 million ang hindi nag-enroll. So you want to provide potential programs for them. Like we started here in Novaliches, Diocese of Novaliches. We're moving to Butuan next school year at saka sa Capiz, sa Rojas City. And then hopefully the following year, Palo Leyte, Archdiocese of Manila, and then we're looking at another nire-request kami nung Holo also to go to them eh. So hopefully that's something that can grow. Sabi nga ni George Westerman, dream big, start small, scale up fast. So
Scale up fast, Father. I think that's a very inspiring story about how you tapped the marginalized sector in the community and give them, a better chance to have a quality of life. Sir Ave, munti ko nang sabihin Father Ave.
Papasaba ako, Father.
Pwede.
Sa amin naman po, sa UNICEF Philippines, where to start actually, napag-isip ako doon, Sir Melvin. Yung kasing approach namin sa UNICEF at the policy level, so I guess from a school or a teacher's point of view, hindi mo siya masyadong makikita. But we do important work in that space. And I share something with Father. Working particularly for vulnerable young people, most of that will be under the alternative learning system, yung mga learners natin, ALS learners, and also out of school adolescents and young people. So mag-highlight lang ako ng ilan sa mga ginagawa namin sa UNICEF Philippines. Halimbawa, kakatapos lang yung STEM education, STEM up to step up, boosting the social emotional learning of ALS learners, no, through STEM education. I guess it increases access to lifelong learning in a sense na it strengthens ALS, a system that's already there. And kapag sinabi natin kasi na STEAM, siguro minsan ang impression is, uy, mahirap, nosebleed, ganyan, di ba? bago ka makarating sa STEAM, you need to have competencies that will enable you to get into STEAM. So yun yung isang approach namin. And one of the set of competencies that you need to have is yung social and emotional skills na very applicable hindi lang sa STEAM, no? Practically any endeavor that one person would like to get into. So ang approach is to integrate those set of skills within the curriculum or the teaching and learning that happens in an ALS community learning center. So we worked with the group of Ma'am Share. I see some system, Center for Integrated STEM colleagues. Kasama doon si Sir Melvin during that time, si Miss May, si Carrie, and si Alex nakita ko din sa likod. Shout out. Yun. So yun, yes. And then there is also a micro-certification approach that we are doing. Ito naman is to acknowledge that not all learners aspire to get a degree. Kasi automatic sa Pilipinas, di ba? Kailangan meron kang hawak na diploma para magkaroon ka ng trabaho. Pero unti-unti nagkakaroon tayo ng changing of mindset na mas importante yata yung skills. That you don't even have to have that piece of paper as long as you have that skill na hinahanap ng industry. Yun yung mas importante. So tinutulungan din namin yung DepEd, Bureau of Alternative Education, to set up this micro certification mechanism para magkaroon ng credit ang isang learner kahit na hindi yung buong ALS program yung matapos niya. Kahit specific set of skills that will lead hopefully to employment, maki-credit siya at kikilalanin yun ng mga employers. So lastly, ang gusto ko lang din i-highlight, the program I'm personally handling is Learning to Earning Pathways program. Basically, we're bringing two global initiatives to the Philippines, yung tinatawag na Youth Agency Marketplace or YOMA and Educate to Employ. I'd like to focus more on the Youth Agency Marketplace. This is really an online platform where all opportunities for young people, for vulnerable young people will be posted. So think of it as a parang Facebook group na lahat ng opportunities para sa isang ALS learner, halimbawa andun, sa isang disadvantaged young person nandun. Further educations, employment, entrepreneurship opportunities nandun. Before we get there, ang approach namin is to train young people how to use the platform. We are working in the equity space. So those who are really at a disadvantage, sino-sino yun? Yung mga hindi nga marunong mag-computer, marami pa yan. Yung mga walang gadgets sa school, marami yan. Tinuturuan namin sila to earn those basic digital literacy skills through in-person workshops. Kasi as much as we want to just rely on remote learning, it doesn't really work kung hindi ka marunong to begin with. So nagsimula kami doon, and also may kasama ito na capacity building for youth serving organizations para sila mismo will empower young people to acquire those skills, to engage in active citizenship or civic engagement activities. I could go on and on, pero I'll stop here muna.
Yeah, you mentioned a lot of activities, Sir Ave, about what UNICEF Philippines is doing and how you make impacts to the community that you want to help, especially in advancing STEM education. I like what you said on social-emotional learning and how it allows students to get into STEAM and most importantly, to make them stay in STEM education. Dr. Corinne.
Okay, so first of all, why am I here? Because I'm a marketer of STEM. No, I'm an artist actually. I can be sabog really, and I don't know, but I failed my math. I failed my sciences, right? But I'm into art. I'm into art making, and right now I teach Philippine branding. So this Philippine branding is something that I teach at the Asian Institute of Management. It's a product of the Asian Center of Philippine Studies here in UP. And my dissertation, sinabi na, no? My dissertation is on paglingap, the practice of family medicine in the Philippines. So you say, what's an artist doing with that dissertation? So what happened in that dissertation is that I realized how brilliant our family medicine doctors are. No? And I realized that they can be a paragon of what I call the Philippine brand, that can go global. So right now, I have these two crazy courses at the Asian Institute of Management. One is called Philippine Branding. But what do I brand? I brand STEM, because what I learned here from UP is that for development to happen, that we solve the long-term causes of Philippine underdevelopment, we have to go two ways. Manufacturing, that we don't go inward-looking industrialization, but we have to produce like our own products. So that's one, and the second one's education. So I'm kind of really in a work in progress. All the time I'm in work in progress. This is art science thinking. Well, a number of them who avail of it are guys, because for 10 years I was in Mapua Institute of Technology teaching the humanities among STEM guys. Now I have a room full of mechanical engineers and everyone's trying to appreciate ballet or paintings and things like that, no? But then I realized there were a few girls, right? So what's happening now, of course, to democratize. We want more girls in STEM because we're now putting the swag in STEAM. I think Dr. Monterola, the counterpart in AIM, knows this. How do we put the swag? You know, like being in STEM is fashionable. No? And to me, STEM is something. It's a Philippine brand that we can really catapult the fame. No, so if you observe the latest issue of Vogue magazine, if you try to take hold of a copy of that, we have women in fashion who are getting into mega biodiversity, and it's really fusing fashion and science, no? The environmental sciences. And then you have Bea Valdez, who is the editor of Vogue magazine. She talks about the beauty of the Philippines, no? The natural environment, and how that really fuels the cultural and creative industries. So I see the role of women here, in making a difference to really make the Philippines known, no? Using their charm, no, as Filipinas in STEM. So the question is, how do we democratize this? It's not just for people in the NCR, but it's for everyone, no? Public school teachers, especially, who can really try to see what heritage there are, what, like the beauty of the environment in each of their places around the Philippines, and make their students proud, using STEM, no, in crafting things to make the country more developed, no, and known throughout the world. So basically, that's
Yeah.
what I do.
So, Dr. Carini, it's so interesting that you mentioned earlier that you failed in sciences, but you are now in STEAM. So, I'm just so curious, like, can you genuinely say in front of our guests that arts and STEM can really be connected and integrated?
Definitely, definitely. Because it's actually something that I saw in the US. No, how can a concert pianist come up with a research on chaos theory? She has a research on chaos theory as a concert pianist, and she was already in her 50s, almost retiring. And then she realized there's an intersection between chaos theory in electrical engineering and her being a concert pianist. She now took another undergrad. So yeah, so she's a concert pianist and she's also an electrical engineer. And so I was thinking, I have hope. No, I was just talking to some of the scientists here. So kaya magandang undergrad. So yeah, I mean, sky's the limit. No, it's just that since also I'm not that young anymore, I'm more into making our STEM people have that swag, by being more into the arts. So I'm into discipline-based art education. It's really art studies, like it's hard art. So if we have hard sciences, how do we marry the two? So nothing of like, okay, I appreciate, like subjectively red strikes me as love. No, there's nothing of that. So cognitive art meets cognitive science, which has always been cognitive, but there's a way of putting the two but using the intelligence, something like that.
So like earlier we heard the different initiatives and activities that all of our panel discussants have mentioned. So I'm interested now, can Father Tito, Sir Ave, and Dr. Corinne, can we really say how important is STEAM for lifelong learning, and can it really address opportunities, gap, or disparities in the country? How important is STEAM in your programs that you've been doing?
Number one, siguro, ano, no, it's very important because the future jobs are STEAM based, no? I think that's a given, no? And I think if we do not pivot our education system towards that, then we're in trouble, I think, no? But at the same time, as an educator at heart, and remember, I grew up in the Jesuit, ang buong buhay ko Jesuit yung training ko. Pero hindi na ako Jesuit, I left in 2005. Because of my work with public schools, no? Kaya hindi na ako SJ, XJ na ako. So, even as a high school principal, I was and I'm still is convinced the best schools, lalo na basic education, have very strong arts and sports programs. I saw that nung nag-aaral ako sa Amerika. Dumalaw ako ng 25 Jesuit high schools. At yung pinakamagagaling, Harvard, Stanford, yung mga estudyante nila, they had very strong arts and sports programs. Kaya naniniwala ako doon, no? Hanggang ngayon. Because arts and sports teach you a discipline na hindi mo agad mamahalin sa ibang sa STEM. Naku, parang awa mo na, STEM. Pero yung discipline sa art, passion mo eh. Passion mo yan eh. And for me, move that to STEM. Kaya, di ba, bumagsak sa sports. Sa arts. Sa STEM, sorry. Pero nabuhay sa arts. Look at what she's doing now. She's marrying the two, no? And I always believe sa mga bata, touch the passion. Find out where the passion is. Siguro last story ko, marami pa akong kwento kung gusto ninyo. Karamihan sa inyo kilala si L.A. Tenorio? Di ba? Okay. Estudyante namin. I was in charge of the sports program of Ateneo before I left. So, dinala namin yan from San Beda, takot sa libro. Okay? Kasi buong buhay niya sa high school, basketball, no? So, kinausap ko siya. Lay, ano ang pangarap mo? Sabi niya, Father, gusto ko mag-PBA. Okay. Ba't mo pinili ang Ateneo? Kasi sabi niya, best track to get to PBA, especially with your program now. Ano? Kaya sabi ko, ito, Elea, you need to study. Kasi pag matanggal ka sa Ateneo, 2 taong ka mauupo ng residency university. Ikaw na mismo nagsabi, ang ganda ng programa ng Ateneo. You need to study to achieve your dream. Inassign na namin yan ng tutor, one-on-one for 2 years and naman, 3 years. After 1 or 2 years, he got the hang of it. Okay na siya. Ngayon, mahal na mahal niya yung napag-aralan niya. I guess the point of the story is you need to let the children, the young people, use their passion as entry point to a better life. Pangarap ng lahat, better life eh. And kailangan, ma'am, ma-advertise natin na ang better life is STEAM. If you want quality jobs, STEAM. Di ba? Hindi ko minamaliit yung mga tourism. Hindi ko minamaliit ho yan. Please do not get me wrong. Those are very decent jobs. But let's face it, no? In 5, 10, 30 years from now, kung wala kang STEM, forever rank and file ang iyong kalalabasan. And we don't want to do that for our youth. We owe it to them to give them the infrastructure and the program. And let me end. I lied. I have one more story. Lagi akong tinatanong ng mga tao, 5 seconds, gusto mo tapos ako, hindi 5 minutes. Hindi. Laging tinatanong ng tao, bakit daw ako pumasok sa public school work, ano? Tapos sabi kasi ang ganda-ganda na ng buhay ko sa Ateneo, 'di ba? Naka-track na yung aking career. Sabi ko, pangarap kasi is to let every young, of course, this is the dream, no? But you have to be driven by dreams. Eh. Pangarap ko is to allow every young Filipino to dream of a better life. Kasi meron siyang mapapasukan na eskwelahan that will help him achieve that dream. No? And I'm talking about the poorest segments of our society. Kasi sila yung naiwan eh, di ba? So, I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. You know what? Father Tito and I we have this radio program before with DZMM Teleradio, and every time we do that program and listening to Father Tito, it feels like I feel so blessed. And I hope na na-feel nyo rin yun, that especially our young minds, including me, na bless ngayong hapon. Sir Ave.
Balikan ko yung sinabi ni Father about discipline. I think doon ako mag-focus din. Yung scientific method or attitude na that you learn when you do STEAM topics, subjects, or anything, no? Kapag ito bit-bit mo sa kahit anong sector, magiging productive ka. Hindi ka lang, sabi nga ni Father, hindi ka passive like employee, or even if if you're talking of hindi yung mga prestigious positions, it doesn't really matter kung dala-dala mo yung attitude na yun, that is necessary for you to succeed in a STEAM field or any field for that matter. Then that would be, I think, what we should strive for. Kasi yun po talaga, that will not only keep you within the STEAM field kung yun talaga yung gusto mo, but it will also allow you to thrive in whatever career you choose. So ito po, I guess yung STEAM, yun nga meron tayong misconception, I guess, na the STEAM is way up there, no? Na para hindi para sa lahat. Pero let's not think of it that way. As long as we have that yung pinaka seed that will fuel us to excel in the STEAM field or any field for that matter. Again, referring to that, no, yung social and emotional skills, yung foundational skills na bit-bit natin lahat, it will allow us all to succeed. Yun po yung masasabi ko about it. Thank you.
And Dr. Corinne.
Okay, so first, of course, I'm an advocate of the humanities. What am I here for? No? So in AIM, what happens is, so I started there in 2019 at the Masters of Science in Innovation in Business. But I'm a humanities teacher. How did I end up there? So what's happening now is that my research puts together STEAM plus the humanities. So that's science, technology, engineering, agriculture, math, and medicine. My favorite's medicine, actually, since I did a dissertation on family medicine. No? Plus art. So the equation is specializations in STEAM plus the humanities. So we're talking about the 7 major arts, which is basically my realm, right? I'm so passionate about it because it makes life beautiful, really. So that's the visual arts, painting, sculpture, and architecture. Then you have dance, music, theater, film, literature. Sometimes there's philosophy. So what we make the STEAM professional do, or the STEAM teacher do, is to do just art appreciation. Like it's fun, it's leisure, but at the same time, we hit new literacies, one of which is global literacy, especially for Filipinos who, go and live abroad. Suddenly they're in Europe, they're in Australia, they're in the United States. When they go there, they become ambassadors of the Philippines because they can talk to almost anyone, any French. They talk to them about impressionism. No, but they are I don't know, nuclear scientists. No, I have a student right now who is a microbiologist. He studied in France, and a Filipino can talk about being in the Musée Orsay, but at the same time, the hard sciences, global literacy. We now have Filipinos Filipinas, well, uh, no gender biases, huh? So we're there, like we are fashionable as team professionals and teachers, and we democratize that. Why? Because we want the DepEd to pay attention and the CHED. So it's not just for a few, but it's for everybody. Why? Because you find all Filipinos anywhere in the world. It's for the diaspora. So that's empowering the Filipino to do outward looking industrialization, and not just among ourselves, but we reach out to everyone, empowering our Filipinos for multicultural relations. Well, because we did Philippine studies here in UP, but they also introduced to us international relations. So yeah, STEAM first, because that's our way out of underdevelopment. To me, I agree with the men here.
Thank you, Dr. Curry. I think it's a challenge to everyone that we democratize STEAM education. So a lot of girls are listening, young girls are listening right now on site and even via the official Facebook page of UP NISMED. What piece of advice can you give them, to our young girls who aspire to become the next innovators, the next scientists, the next pride of their family? Father.
Ako kasi I always do this to students and everybody. Be aware of your dreams. Let your dreams motivate you. Kasi uh, you need to have that dream and inspiration to slug it out in the day-to-day. No? I'll end with this. It's from a business book. The title of the book is The Lean Startup by Eric Rice. Rice, no? Sabi niya ganon, there are many great ideas, no, that people come out with. But out of 100, swerte na yung isa, dalawa, tatlo that will see the light of day as a successful enterprise. Bakit? When it gets to the boring stuff, that's where people give up. So doon sa mga bata, formulate your dream. Make it clear. What do you want? And when you formulate the dream, understand the context of the world you're going to live in. No? It's going to be a STEM world that's inescapable. And you need to find your place in that world. But it's your dreams that will bring you there. Kasi yung pangarap ninyo ang magbibigay sa inyo ng lakas ng loob na pag boring na, hindi kayo mag-give up. Pag bumabagsak na kayo, hindi kayo mag-give up. No? Do the boring stuff, no? The discipline, the focus, and the creativity. Yun yung kagandahan din ng arts and sports. Matuturo ng arts and sports yung mga disiplina yung kailangan para to succeed. No? That makes sense.
Thank you, Father. Sir Ave.
Um, very quickly, just the fact that you're here, it's a testament that you already are succeeding in your field, no? Siguro meron kayo talagang natural inclination towards STEAM. I guess my only message would be to keep nurturing that, and think of STEAM as a way to not only be an opportunity for self-growth, but also to contribute to your community and the country in general. Kasi in a few years' time, baka kayo yung mga leading in your own fields, respective fields. At don't forget the others that have been left behind. Siguro coming from that UNICEF perspective as well, marami na that are not in the same position as you. Don't forget to look back. I guess that's all I can add. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Ave. And finally, Dr. Corinne.
Yeah. So all the little girls out there, STEM is for us, STEAM is for us. No? Why? Because there's just so much of promise. No? There's so much of resources out there. And currently, we are also trying to promote teacherpreneurship, teacherpreneur, especially for the Gen Z and I think the Alpha Gen. They'll be able to fuse their specialization in STEM, at the same time get grants abroad without leaving their backyards, just like Steve Jobs. No? And this is very possible. But the question is, how do we equip our young people for this type of future? But first of all, for those of us who are teachers here, just like myself, we have to be mothers, and say, this is the future of the Philippines. These young girls. Earlier, I just met Hillary, who was in MIT and currently really like an ambassadress of the Philippines. No? So the question is, how do we empower our young people? First, have to just be inspired. Those of us who really don't know how to use the LMS and all that, no worries po. No, because really we are here to be coaches, no, life coaches. Um, Believe it or not, I can't even do online banking. My gosh, nag-flunk na ako for math and science. Wala pa akong online banking. I'm learning. But then the question is, how do we empower the brain? How do we empower our young girls to think that they're better than AI? And how do we make them AI ready? And not to be lost in, like the distractions around them, the frills. Okay. Why? Because Filipinas are beauty and brains. But brains is important, being in STEAM. And then we're there to really guide them, be, women with values, for example. And that's what the humanities gives. Examples of the best of hearts and minds put in art, painting, sculpture, films. So there's always going to be that effort to fuse this together in education now. And thank God we have NISMED to help us, in inspiring our young girls out there.
So thank you so much. I think that this is the last part of the panel discussion. So it is my wish that as one ecosystem, as the government agencies, representatives are here from the industry sector and even from the academe, it is my wish that we continue to build a nurturing ecosystem that will help young girls and women to thrive and prosper. I think it's really important that we also nurture a workplace that so that women can are feel supported and they propel in their careers. And most importantly, for all our teachers and school administrators, let's continue to build a nurturing learning environment so that young girls and young boys in schools feel supported with their aspirations so they will have a better chance to have a quality of life. And that ends the panel discussion this afternoon. Thank you so much to all our caliber panel discussants. Let's give them another round of applause, please.
Thank you very much to our panel discussants and to our moderator. Please remain on stage. So if I can put into 5 words some of the items that were discussed during the panel discussion, this would be dream, strive, thrive, give back. Okay, so now may I call on stage Dr. Monterola, Ms. Yolanda, and Ms. Veloria to award the certificates of appreciation to our guest speakers and to our moderator, Mr. Melvin Magsayo. I'd like to read the certificate of appreciation. This certificate of appreciation is given to Avelino Mejia Jr. for sharing his time, knowledge, expertise, and insights as panel discussant during the 3rd Women in STEAM Summit with the theme Transforming Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, Agriculture, and Mathematics for Lifelong Learning, held on February 13, 2024 in Diliman, Quezon City, Philippines. Signed, Linartes M. Viloria, Sherilyn C. Monterola, and Melvin T. Magsayo. Same certificate is awarded to Father Carmelo A. Caluwag. Same certificate is awarded to Maria Socorro L. Romabiles. We would also like to award a certificate of appreciation to Melvin T. Magsayo for sharing his time, knowledge, expertise, and insights as moderator of panel discussions STEAM for Lifelong Learning during the 3rd Women in STEAM Summit with the theme Transforming Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, Agriculture, and Mathematics for Lifelong Learning, held on February 13, 2024 in Diliman, Quezon City, Philippines. Signed, Linartes M. Viloria and Sherilyn C. Monterola. Thank you very much. to our moderator, and to our panel discussants. And okay, so at this point, we will now have the exhibit raffle draw. I hope you all had a chance to visit the booths of all our exhibitors. Please make sure you have dropped off your stamped cards in the raffle bowl. There will be a total of 15 lucky winners of giveaway items from 4 exhibitors. We will. Yes, I'm so sorry. We will draw the names of the winners from the fishbowl one by one. When your name is called, please step forward to claim your prize. You have to be physically present for you to qualify for the gifts. Okay. Oh my God. This participant is from SDO Rizal. Is your number 094336639192? Alisa Pamela Pangilinan. Okay. The next winner is from DepEd CS JDM, Julie C. Gramatica. Our third winner is from SDO Nueva Vizcaya, Noemi I. Panis. Our fourth winner from SDO CSJDM, Yvette De Velos. Our fifth winner from First City Providential College, Arabel Baquiles. We have a winner from DOST SEI, Timothy Valdemore. Our next winner is from TESDA RTC, Roxanne Peron. Our next winner is also from TESDA RTC, Lina L. Antonio. First City Providential College, Ruth M. Rivera. From DepEd Car, Asterio Madalya. Our next winner is from DepEd SDO Nueva Vizcaya, Rosel R. Mendoza. Our next winner is from North Fairview High School, Cliff Florentino. From DepEd, Cheryl Ann from DepEd San Pedro, Cheryl Ann. I have here with the last two winners. So the 14th winner is from UP Diliman, Stella Maris Lumayad. And our 15th winner is from DepEd SDO San Pedro, Lucia F. Tolentino. So we would like to call. Okay, so we'd like to call on our exhibitors, Miss Acela B. Javier, CNE Learning Solutions, Miss Celine Q. Cruz of Puzzle Box Reading Solutions, Mr. Sorry, please stay, please stay, please stay. Mr. Voltaire Gaviola of Maker Lab Electronics, Miss Joyce Calica of De La Salle Santiago Zobel School, and Miss Josephine Feliciano, Department of Science and Technology, Science Education Institute for a photo op. Come on stage, start. Mr. Jerome F. Castaneda of CIM Technologies Incorporated. To our exhibitors, kindly remain on stage. To our exhibitors, kindly remain on stage. So at this point, I would like to call on Dr. Monterola. To our exhibitors, kindly remain on stage. I'd like to call on Dr. Monterola, Ms. Yolanda, Ms. Viloria, and Mr. Magsayo to award the certificates of appreciation to our guest exhibitors. So let me read the certificate of appreciation. This certificate of appreciation is given to CNE Adaptive Learning Solutions for having participated as exhibitor during the 3rd Women in STEAM Summit with the theme Transforming Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, Agriculture, and Mathematics for Lifelong Learning, held on February 13, 2024 in Diliman, Quezon City, Philippines. Signed, Linartes M. Viloria, Sherilyn C. Monterola, and Melvin T. Magsayo. Okay. Same certificate is awarded to CIM Technologies Incorporated. Same certificate is awarded to De La Salle Santiago Zobel School. Same certificate is awarded to DOST Science Education Institute. Thank you po. Same certificate is awarded to Maker Lab Electronics Philippines. And last but not the least, same certificate of appreciation is awarded to Puzzlebox 3D Solutions. So we would like to request everyone to position yourselves on stage for a photo op. Thank you very much. A round of applause to our exhibitors. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a wonderful day filled with new knowledge, inspiration, and hope. Despite the barriers and challenges we face, let us remain steadfast as we build a future filled with opportunities for women and girls in STEAM. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you, our valued partners, our guest speakers, workshop facilitators, exhibitors, and our on-site and online participants for being with us on this very special day. To deliver the closing remarks, may I now call on stage the National Coordinator of the Women in STEM Workforce Readiness and Development Program, ILO Country Office Manila, Ms. Lenartes Vidoria.
I am slowly going up the stage because I want to savor this moment. I want to savor this moment after we started the Women in STEM program in 2017. When I found, I was coming from having worked at the education startup called educacion.ph. So it is a website that provides information on schools, educational opportunities, scholarships. Who has checked out educacion.ph? Yeah, thank you. So we started that with that vision to provide information on everything that you need to know about where you can go to school, what careers can you expect, and where to find it. So when I finished my term for 3 years, I work with a nonprofit called Bikes for the Philippines Foundation, gives bikes to kids who have to walk more than 3 miles to school. And then I saw that this position opened for women in STEM. And it included there that the person to take it must have done work on labor and employment, education, and the technology field. And I said, that sounds like me, you know. My only drawback was I am not a STEM professional. I ran an education startup from scratch. But I am from labor and employment. I specialized on work on youth employment. I started with the joint program of youth employment migration with IOM, UNICEF, ILO. And so when we started it, we had a few judgy looks. You're doing STEM. Are you doing work with JED? Are you doing work in chemistry, physics? I said, no, we're doing work on focusing on getting women who are not interested in STEM to get into STEM. Because our studies show that jobs will be automated, and those women are those with the jobs that are most likely to be automated. And we need to engage women as early as now so that they can take these jobs for the future of work. And I think in the past 8 hours that you have been here, you have been hearing this over and over again, that we cannot, as Corinne said, and I like that, we have to democratize STEM. It's not just for those who have the IQ, who have the interest for science and math. As we are going along, we heard it from Father Tito, right? We need to prepare them for the jobs of the future. And if we do not make it comfortable for them to love STEM, to appreciate STEM, we will be left behind. And I was telling our colleague from UNICEF, no, that is our line in the United Nations, making sure that no one is left behind. So I know most of you here are teachers, and I have said it earlier today, you have the amazing opportunity to shape young minds, to change mindsets in science and math. I hope you leave your mindset that I'm very good in science and math. You have to catch up with me. No, I am very good in science and math. I will help you love science and math as much as I love it. So and so when we brought the program in 2017, we didn't go to DepEd because that was UNICEF. We went to TESDA. We went to TESDA because our focus was to bring this to women, bring them to STEM-related TVET training. That's why you have TESDA here. Nasaan yung mga taga TESDA? Yan. Palakpakan natin yung mga taga TESDA. So we brought it to TESDA. We said, there is STEM in TVET. No? So that was our first mission. So parang they were looking at me like, but most of people in TESDA are engineers, by the way. A lot of officials in TESDA are engineers. So some of them appreciated that, yes, there is STEM in TVET. And so what we did was we had that scholarship program wherein we told women, take this program. It's STEM related. It will provide you with the foundational skills for the jobs for the future, at least for the BPO sector. We focused on web development, game development, animation. No? But then, so we got people interested, we marketed it, no? We made it, as you said, the swag, we made it pink, we put in images that any girl would say that would be me. But that's just the surface. We realized it's one thing to get them engaged, but if the enabling environment is not there for them to thrive in STEM, that's another thing. So when they get into these occupations, they needed the soft skills to be able to negotiate their way up. And so we worked with private companies such as IBM, Accenture, providing them the soft skills for them to be able to stay in the workplace. But we also looked into the curriculum. Are our trainers qualified, or are they ready? Are they ready to teach STEM? Because there are learning activities that will trigger certain learnings, right? Paano mo mapapalabas ang critical thinking? Paano mo mapapalabas ang creativity? Paano mo mapapalabas ang communication? It's not putting a PowerPoint, no. It's explaining the concepts behind each training qualification. And so we worked with Doc Cheryl, palakpakan natin ang UP NISMED. Asan sina Melvin, Mr. Melvin Magsayo, Doc Melvin Magsayo, and the whole team of System. As I was telling Corinne, you work with them, they will help, they will be co-designers for the solutions you don't know you have. No? So we co-designed with them the STEM and TVET framework, number one, the STEM and TVET learning materials, the competency-based learning materials. And then we did that during the pandemic with TESDA. We had 165 trainers. Then we went for English for STEM with the US Embassy. We went also for, we had several, we piloted it. And then under Skills for Prosperity, we went to the communities. I went down to Aklan. No? So I rode a habal, no, I rode a van, I rode a habal-habal, then I rode a raft. No, you don't ride the raft, right? You traverse a river with the raft, right? And then you reach the indigenous peoples community of the Akyanon Bukidnon, where they did abaca grading and classification. So they would harvest abaca, and we had the scientist with us who was teaching them the different, the qualities, of an abaca fiber. Which one is more expensive? Which one will provide them more income? So we saw also how we were applying STEM, STEM in TVET training for abaca grading. And I found out later that they were also doing STEM in piña weaving to preserve the heritage of weaving. So they had to discuss the process of weaving to ensure that that process is there. So as we evolved, and NISMED has always been part of that, System has always been part of that, TESDA has always been part of that. And I think somewhere along the third year, somebody read our story of one of our scholars, Honey. Remember, I had that scholarship. Honey, a college dropout, took web development, got an internship at Indra, and then became a robotic process automation developer. So from being at risk to be automated, she was the automator. She was the automator. And Mads here from the Embassy of Austria found that in our web, paano ba yun? Like, it's a newsletter that was sent out by the ILO to members of the diplomatic corps. And she said, I'm interested to doing the women in STEAM. She was saying, we at the Embassy of Austria does work on STEAM. And I said, that's perfect, because I think it's important that we talk about STEM with the arts. Of course, the first thing I thought when I got the email was the Sound of Music, right? But yeah, no, it's not, you cannot not talk about STEM without talking about the arts. And I feel you when you say you weren't good in science and math. I wasn't either. No, I mean, I did well in science. I did well in science because I am a contextual learner. I understand science concepts based on the environment where I am at, And the arts actually provides the context to it, right? The contextual learners, my minor is also in humanities. So I feel you there. But you see here, it's creating this enabling environment with different partners. You see everybody lining up here, the suppliers, the exhibitors, the teachers, the schools. But I think now, as we wrap up the Women in STEM program, I think the challenge now is for those partners who are here, the teachers, the trainers. I want you to leave this room with the mindset that, you can actually change, the narrative of STEM is hard, that STEM is only for the few, let's democratize STEM, that let's ensure that every Filipino has that STEM competency. We had that learning last week from Bangkok when we had the regional STEM conference. They said, we have STEM as a profession and STEM as a competency. This one today, we are thinking about STEM as a competency for every Filipino. Right? So this occasion, the Women in STEAM, this is our third year, and hopefully you will continue. Even when I was out of project, we continued, right? We hope this continues, but we hope that you continue with better outcomes, right? That you report, you share. You don't have to report. You have to you share with us your stories of transforming lives through STEM. And I think that's how we can make that change, right? Because this is just a reason for us to stay to hear the stories, to hear these stories. But I think the work really is at your classrooms, it's at your it's at your organizations, on how you are bringing what you learned here. We try to bring together the diplomatic corps, the United Nations, the universities, the organizations, Unilab Foundation. By the way, palakpakan din natin Unilab Foundation. I know some of you are part of some program of Unilab Foundation also in putting this all together, no? But all these resources are put together for you, for us to be able to provide better STEM outcomes, for the country. So, with that, we close this Women in STEAM conference with, with the dream in mind, and that possibility that we all can work together, to ensuring that women and girls are not left behind in STEM. So thank you and good evening.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Lights. Thank you for stressing the importance of preparing our youth for the jobs of the future, for collaborating with agencies, institutions, and reaching communities to creating, enabling, and inclusive environments, making sure that no woman or girl is left behind. Or should I say, women and girls are left behind. Thank you once again. So before we officially end our program, let me just make some announcements. Everyone is invited to join our Kasama Teachers Community webinar on culturally responsive science teaching, Bridging Gaps, Empowering Communities, to be held on February 17, 2024, this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 o'clock p.m. This webinar will be led by Assistant Professor Cariza J.B. Pehaner from the University of Southern Mindanao. Like all the KTC webinars, this webinar is free of charge. Register now through the link that you can see on the screen. So we remind all participants to please answer the evaluation form to receive your certificate of participation. For our online participants, please answer the form linked in the comment section to receive your e-certificate of participation. Okay, so the link for both evaluation forms will be open until 11:59 p.m. today, February 13, 2024 only. So for those of you who would require certificate of appearance, you can get it from the registration team. So did I miss anything? Are we going to show a video? Yes? Sorry. I would like to take this moment to thank our partners and co-organizers for making this event possible. The International Labor Organization, Country Office Manila, the Austrian Embassy Manila, and the Center for Integrated STEM Education Incorporated. So as we near the end of our event, we present to you a visual journey of the third Women in STEM Summit. Let us now watch the video.
Certainly, as a representative of the United Nations in the Philippines, it's a great honor to take part in an event that is at the heart of the gender equality agenda. And beyond that, the fact that it's linking gender equality to one of the most fundamental human rights, that is the right access to knowledge and education.
Today we gather to celebrate the invaluable contributions of women and girls in the fields of, as I said, science, technology, engineering, arts, agriculture, mathematics. Unfortunately, while we celebrate these achievements, we must acknowledge that much work still remains to be done. And we can see, despite these challenges, countless women and girls have persevered, breaking barriers and shattering glass ceilings along the way.
How did you get to love science? I think that's a challenge for many Filipinos.
I think a lot of my love for science was really started at home. So my parents were really enamored with science and the way that you could use this way of thinking, because science is really a way of thinking. We tend to think of science as just a collection of facts or just a collection of concepts, but really science is a mindset and way of thinking, of inquiring about the world. And my parents also always told me stories about the great men and women of science. So for example, Marie Curie, they told me all these stories about how she broke through the barriers. Those stories and also the mindset that my parents ingrained in me has been very, very helpful to becoming what I am today.
The theme is such a wonderful beacon guiding us towards a future where innovation, education, and inclusion can converge. It is inspiring to know that a woman like Ada Lovelace is known for her work on Charles Babbage's early mechanical general purpose computer. But it was Ada Lovelace's insights. Ada was actually trying to compare the algorithm into a tapestry. You know, we women, we see mechanical things still as a work of art. And that's our special skill.
You can scan the QR code on screen. We have a QR code, sorry, to access our YouTube channel. So now I'd like to invite everyone to join us in a group photo. So may I invite our documenters take the photo. So first we're going to start with my right. Documenters. Okay, so please look to the left. Thank you very much, Sir Jerry and Sir Chris. So we now conclude the third Women in STEAM Summit. I hope that you found the discussions and presentations to be informative, engaging, and valuable. To our guests and participants on site and online, thank you very much for being with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, the UP naming mahal.